This is a story about my mother when my mother was 14 years old. She went to her home village with my grandparents and one of her cousins. Also went with him. The village was lovely. The people of the village were peace lovers. They were much enjoying their visit, being surrounded by the beautiful nature in and around the village. But then something happened one day. While my mom and her cousin, my aunt, were walking and gossiping while eating some corn they bought from a shop. Suddenly, they noticed that their packet of corn was almost empty, even though they bought it just a few minutes earlier. Then out of nowhere, they noticed my aunt's friend was beside them, eating the corn. But she wasn't with them when they were walking or when they bought the corn. She appeared like a bolt from the blue, but without giving it much thought, they started gossiping with her. It was almost dark, though, and they had to hurry to reach home. But my aunt's friend's home was very close by and on the same road that they were walking on. So they said goodbye to her, but she told them that there is a shortcut to reach my mom's house and that she will take them to the house, using the shortcut if they want to. My mom and aunt didn't want to, but the friends started insisting that they go with her. Then she showed the shortcut to them. It was a short, bushy path in the jungle, surrounded by big trees. It looked kind of scary as it was already dark, so my mom and aunt said no to her. But she started insisting again. Even though they didn't want to go, they felt pressured to go because of her. They were confused and started walking along the shortcut. They were walking so fast that they could get home sooner. But while they were on the path, a strong wind started blowing, and it started to rain, and then thunder. They were very scared. Then, at that same moment, my aunt's friend just disappeared. They were terrified and started running straight ahead while running. My mom briefly saw a lady in a white dress with a big, creepy smile running towards them. My mom was so scared that she froze in place. My aunt then grabbed my mom's hand and started running as fast as she could. After running for about 2 minutes, they finally exited the jungle and were near the house. They went into their house and were breathing so heavily that my grandparents asked them what happened. Then they explained everything. They couldn't sleep a wink that night, and they were very angry at that friend of my aunt's. The next morning, they went to that girl's house and asked why she left them, not even showing them the way on that stormy night. But then the girl said that she didn't even go outside the previous day and had no idea what they were talking about. The girl's mother was working beside them and listened to the story. She said that her daughter was helping her in the kitchen that day and didn't go outside. My mom and aunt were shocked and looked at each other and asked, "Then who or what was that girl?" This incident occurred when I was just 9 years old, and it's never left my mind since I grew up in a small, quiet town surrounded by woods. Everybody knew everybody. Nothing bad ever happened there, and life was good. You get the picture. Well, just outside of town was an old rundown cabin sitting at a top of hill ACI cabin, which the kids called Dead Man's Cabin. It was called this because even though it hadn't been lived in for decades, you could sometimes see smoke rising from its chimney. In the distance, police officers used to go up there expecting to find squatters, but every time they went inside, the place would be completely empty, and the fireplace would show no signs that it had been used. Eventually, the police just stopped going there and accepted the cabin as an unexplainable phenomenon. People got it in their heads that a ghost was living there, and the name just stuck. Dead Man's Cabin also happened to be a 20-minute walk away from my house. Although it was obscured by trees, it could still be partially seen from my bedroom window, and since I lived closest to the cabin, my friends would always ask me about it. Whenever they came over to spend the night, they'd ask if I could actually see the ghost through the window, or if I'd ever gone over there, I'd always say no and change the subject. But on one particular night, my friends and I decided to be a bit more daring. We were having another one of our usual sleepovers. It was me and my 2 best friends, Mary and Diane, and we started talking about the cabin. I can't remember the specifics of our conversation, but I do remember that our talk somehow turned to a game of truth or dare. Diane dared me to spend 5 minutes inside the cabin, and me being the brave yet foolhardy kid that I was accepted the challenge, but only on the condition that my friends joined me. Mary and Diane were visibly shaken by this, but since they didn't want to look like a bunch of scaredy cats, they agreed as well. Living in a boring town like ours meant we had to look. For adventure wherever we could, and a haunted cabin seemed like a nice change of pace. We were the type of kids who did whatever we wanted, no matter how dangerous it was, and getting the chance to meet a real-life ghost was too exciting for me to pass up. We snuck out one at a time through my bedroom window and headed straight for the woods, dressed only in our pajamas and bare feet. We had to leave our shoes and jackets behind so my parents wouldn't catch on to the fact that we'd left the house. Needless to say, we were all heavily underdressed for a hike, but that didn't matter to us at the time. Getting caught by my parents and possibly grounded for life was much worse than being out in the cold. Plus, we all had something to prove, and we didn't want to back out of the challenge. Stupid, I know, but that's how we rationalized it. Anyway, we pushed our way through LWH hanging branches and stayed as close to each other as possible. The constant chirping of crickets filled the air as twigs and leaves crunched under our bare feet. The scenery was admittedly creepy at night, and Mary kept looking over her shoulder every few seconds, but we all kept moving forward, determined to prove our bravery. When we finally reached the cabin, we walked up onto the porch and tried peeking in through the windows to see if anyone was home. All we saw was darkness, so we took that as a sign that it was safe to enter, without hesitation. I reached for the knob and turned it before pushing the door open. The three of us were then greeted by a warm fire crackling in the fireplace. Red flag number 1. There definitely wasn't a fire going when we were looking through the windows a second ago, but now the whole cabin was well lit. We should have turned back right then and there, but since we'd been walking barefoot for over a mile in 30-degree weather, we were all too eager to warm up by the fire. We sat on the floor, huddled together with our hands and feet out. When the front door suddenly slammed shut behind us, we all jumped and turned our heads to the door, but saw nothing suspicious. It must have been the wind, Mary said in a shaky tone, as if things weren't creepy enough. We also heard the shuffling of footsteps from the next room over and decided to investigate. Our curiosity was more powerful than our will to survive. I guess Diane led the way while Mary and I followed. Behind, we went down a long hallway filled with cobwebs and squeaky floorboards that creaked with every step we took. Looking down, I realized that some of the floorboards weren't nailed down and were just sitting there. Loosely curious, I reached down and picked up one of the boards, leaving a dark rectangular hole in its place. Strange, I thought. Why would some of the floorboards be removable? Before I could ponder any further, a long, pale arm with a clawed hand reached out of the hole and grabbed my ankle. I let out a horrified scream as my foot was suddenly dragged down into the hole, along with my entire leg. My friends immediately rushed over and tried pulling me out, but whatever held me down wasn't going to let go without a fight. My fear only worsened as I felt multiple sets of teeth begin to bite down on my exposed leg as if it were a piece of meat. I squealed at the top of my lungs as I struggled violently to escape a jolt of pain, shot up my leg as the teeth clamped down harder and harder. I kicked as hard as I could until I felt my foot connected with someone's jaw that seemed to do the trick, as the culprit let go of my ankle, allowing me to pull my foot out. My leg was rid with teeth marks, but thanks to my flailing around, those teeth didn't break the skin. The three of us then quickly scrambled to our feet, but instead of running out the door, we peered down into the hole out of morbid curiosity. We all froze in sheer terror when we saw several pale faces looking back at us. They were people living under the floorboards. We saw men, women, even a few children among them. They were all pale and skinny, with red eyes and mouths filled with sharp teeth. They smiled up at us before hungrily licking their lips, making their intentions all too clear. Before we could do anything, several hands shot up from the floor and grabbed our ankles, pulling our feet out from under us and making us hit the hard floor. We all screamed and started flailing our limbs in every direction. We tried, swatting the hands away and kicking at the ghoulish figures as they climbed over each other, attempting to bite us. Mary screamed as a pale-faced woman grabbed her bare foot and brought it up to her mouth, but Diane quickly bashed it over the head with a loose floorboard. I picked up a board as well and started swinging it, like crazy, hurting a few of the creature's arms and freeing myself. Diane managed to pull Mary away, and we all bolted for the front door, hopping over the hands as they continued to reach for us. The front door, thankfully, wasn't locked. So after swinging it open, we hightailed it out of there as we ran through the woods. None of us looked back to see if we were being chased. Fortunately, it didn't take us long to get back to my house, and the bedroom window was still open. We all climbed in, one after the other, and I quickly shut the window behind us before locking it. I honestly can't tell you how we managed to get out of that place alive or why those things even attacked us. Lots of people went up to that cabin before us, and they never mentioned being attacked not once. So what made us so special? I can only guess that due to their skeletal bodies, they were too weak to subdue adult travelers and passers-by. But when they saw 3 little girls and pajamas waltz into their home, they figured we'd make an easier meal. I'm glad we proved them wrong. We never told our parents what happened that night, and I moved away a year later. I don't know if that cabin was ever torn down, and I certainly hope no one ever had to go through what we did. This is a terrible story that happened to me when I met my friend Cody. He always loved ice cream, and when he didn't have it, he would go wild and go crazy to the point where he had to take tranquilizers. So he was severely obese one day when I told him to stop eating ice cream. He looked sad and said, "I tried hundreds of times to stop eating, but every time I tried, I turned into a monster. I got playful and took his ice cream away." Then he took out a knife from his pocket and glared at me, his body shaking. I was surprised and gave him back the ice cream, and he licked it up like a hungry dog from that day on. I never took ice cream from him again. Then one day, while eating ice cream, he suddenly got angry and shouted, "I'm getting sick of ice cream now. It tastes the same every day. Do you know why I eat ice cream?" In fact, the thought of wanting to kill people pops into my head about once every 5 minutes. So I eat ice cream to suppress that craving. Human patience is very weak. If 10 minutes pass without eating ice cream, my head will be filled with only one thought: murder. Let me ask you one favor. Get me a better ice cream than this, or the best pizza, or a hamburger. Whatever it doesn't matter. Don't let the devil inside me wake up. He was in pain and was tearing out his hair. I was shocked. So the next day I found a really good ice cream place and brought him some ice cream from there. He tasted the ice cream and was very happy, saying it was delicious. He regained his sense of stability, but that was by no means the end. One day I asked him if he really wanted to commit murder, and he answered yes, since birth. Always my mom said that when I was crying as a baby, she would put a knife in my hand, then I would smile brightly, and when I was 5 years old, a cruel scene happened to come on TV, and I clapped while watching it, and when I was 7, she brought me a hamster, and I asked her when I could kill the hamster, and I told her I wanted to kill it quickly, so she sent me to a mental hospital, but I couldn't get better even after taking medicine. So from then on, I started eating ice cream. When I eat ice cream, I feel more generous, even if only for a moment. I was shocked to hear what he said, but then he said something even more shocking to me. "The day I get tired of this ice cream, I will kill you." I can't find any more delicious ice cream anymore. He said that, and continued to eat the ice cream with a slight smile on his face, and my legs gave out in fear. From then on, I started avoiding him. Then, one day, he sent me a text message. I'm getting tired of the taste of this ice cream and the devil. Inside me is gradually awakening after reading the text. I wondered if I should report it to the police, but I didn't hear from him for a while after that day. Then, one day, someone knocked on the door at my house, and I looked out the window and saw it was him. There was blood on his hands, and he looked so happy. He was pacing around and screaming while holding an ice cream in one hand and pounding on my door with the other hand. He shouted, "Richard, I just killed someone. I feel so good. The world is so beautiful." My mom lied to me. She always said murder was wrong, but it's so good. I regret eating only ice cream for so long. Now I finally realize ice cream can never make me happy. The only thing that can give me happiness is murder. He threw the ice cream down and started kicking my front door. I quickly called the police and the door shook as if it would break. The police arrived a short time later and arrested him. It turned out that he had murdered a neighbor right before coming to my house. I was in complete shock from that day on. Just looking at ice cream makes my legs feel weak. Even now, I vividly recall the look on his face when he told me he had committed murder. That expression was that of a really, truly happy person. In 2013, something happened at our house that traumatized my grandmother. This happened when my brother was in the 8th grade, and I was in the 5th grade. We went to different schools, so we didn't go to and from school together. We also had different dismissal times. His dismissal time was around 4:30 p.m., while mine was around 4 p.m. One day, my grandmother was in her room, PR in the rosary. She's very religious and has a habit of praying every day at 3 p.m. While she was praying, she saw my brother's head. Peek through the doorway, she asked him, "Oh, hi, I didn't know you got out of school early. Did you eat something? Yet, are you hungry?" My brother just stared at her for quite a while with a blank expression on his face. Then he pulled his head back out of the doorway and disappeared from her view. My grandma thought to herself, "Okay, that was weird." So she got up and walked out of her room to talk to my brother. She looked everywhere around the house for him, but she couldn't find him anywhere later on at around 5 p.m. My brother got home. She immediately asked him, "Oh, you went back to school?" Then my brother asked, "What do you mean?" She replied, "You were here earlier to get something." Then he had a confused look on his face and responded, "No, I just now got home." Then my grandma had a realization. A malicious spirit was trying to imitate my brother's face. She prayed for my brother and for the spirit to leave us alone. This made her pray even more. She now prays in the morning, afternoon, and before bedtime she told us this story only once, and she's not the type to make up stories like this. This story stuck with me, and I asked her from time to time if she still remembers that incident. She still has a sharp mind for a 73-year-old. She says she does remember, but that she doesn't want to talk about it, and after that she will stop the conversation and just stare off at something I think she has seen or heard, something that she's not telling. Music us. This is a terrible incident that happened to me after I performed a devil summoning ritual with my best friend Austin. The reason why I'm sharing this story, which has been buried in my heart for a long time, is to warn all humans that no one should ever summon the devil. Devils are 100 times more cruel, terrible, and powerful than humans. One day, 7 years ago, when Austin and I were teenagers, we discovered how to summon devils on the internet. And like fools, we actually tried it at the time. I did not know that we were actually opening the gates of hell. It all started when Austin began to chant a spell, but after a while he suddenly screamed and grabbed his stomach. Then I saw something bulging and moving in his stomach. Austin screamed for help, saying there was something in his stomach. The skin on his abdomen protruded as if it were about to be torn, and a monstrous voice came from inside his body. "Hello, friends." Then Austin started gagging, and something like a red tail came out of his mouth. I thought I was hallucinating. Austin said there was a devil in his stomach, and he asked for a knife to stab himself in the stomach before he could do it. His mother came into the room having heard his scream. Somehow Austin suddenly felt fine, and he said he couldn't feel anything in his stomach. Now I explained to his mother what happened, but she didn't believe me. I went home after that and was scared all night. The next day I got a call from Austin and he asked me to come to his house. I went to his house and he seemed unexpectedly fine when I asked him what happened. He just laughed. I noticed that his tongue was split in two. Then he came closer to me. His breath was hot and smelled of sulfur, so I was startled and took a step back. He blew a stream of air at me. The air was burning hot. I moved away from it and fell back, covering my face with my hands. I saw that the clothes on my arm, where his breath had touched them, were burned. Smoke was coming out of his mouth, as if his insides were burning. He took a deep breath like he was trying to blow again. At that moment, I knew that if his breath touched me, I would be in big trouble, so I kicked him hard in the stomach and ran away. I ran outside and called him. He answered his phone, and when I asked him what the hell is going on, he answered in a monstrous voice. "Hell is happening. What does the devil do? It destroys, hurts, and kills God's creatures." I told him we didn't mean to do this and begged him to go back. He just laughed at me and said, "I just got here and you're telling me to go back. I feel sad. I'm going to play with you in this guy for a very long time." I cried and begged for forgiveness, but all I could hear was the monster's laugh coming from the phone. I was so scared that I hung up the phone. After that, I had no contact with Austin for a while, a few days. Days passed like that. Then one night I got a call from an unknown number, and when I answered it, it was Austin's mother, she told me, sobbing. "Austin, Austin," she sounded like she was out of breath. What she said after a while was so shocking that I threw up. She said Austin was found. Dead in his room. However, Austin's entire body was burned and his mouth was badly torn. She didn't know what happened. The police came and investigated, but there was no sign that anyone had broken into Austin's room. The only thing that was clear was that Austin's throat was ripped open. What was even more creepy was that there were bloodstains and a small child's footprints all the way from Austin to the window. But the police were never able to figure out whose footprints they were. I wasn't sure exactly what happened to Austin, but I knew it was the devil's doing. But I couldn't tell anyone what happened to us. From that day on, I was torn, mented by my grief for Austin every day. But there was actually something else that bothered me more. It was the extreme fear that the devil would come for me too. So every night I prayed to God to protect me. 7 years passed, and during that time I have read and reread countless prayers, sometimes in my dreams. Austin comes to me crying and asks me to kill the devils. For him, I thought about trying to take revenge on the devils, but I know that challenging a devil is like jumping into a volcano. My name is Olivia and I live in Malaysia. I moved there when I was 14 and was staying at my cousin's house in 2011. My family had no intention of visiting my cousin's house in LKA, but my aunt suggested that we do so for 4 weeks. This detail will be very important. Later in the story, we informed our relative, whom I would call Kay, about our upcoming trip during a quick visit to her home. She became obsessed with the idea of visiting Lanka because she hadn't seen her family in a long time, so she begged my dad to take her with us on the trip. But he said no because we were going to my cousin's house and wouldn't be staying in a motel. She, of course, said she could handle it, and all she wanted was to see her family again. But my father said no again to clarify why he said no. Let me describe Kay and who she was. Kay was 2 for one of my aunt's sisters. She worked as a zoologist and earned enough money to travel to Lanka, rent a motel room, and visit her family on her own, because she knew all of this. My father stormed out of her house in rage when she kept asking about the trip. Also, it was Saturday, and we were leaving for the trip that day. A few hours later, while waiting for the ferry, I noticed a woman with long brunette hair looking at me. I thought nothing of it and assumed she was taking the same ferry as us. After 30 minutes of waiting, we were finally able to board the ferry after my family took our assigned seats. I noticed the same woman I had seen earlier sitting not far away, just 3 seats behind me. Once again, I dismissed it and assumed she was sitting in the seat she had paid for after 2 hours. We arrived at the dock, disembarked from the ferry, and began walking to the passport scanning area. And guess what? The same woman was following us there. I got chills in the creeps from her, so I told my father what was happening. He then told me that he had noticed it as well, but did not want to tell me because it might scare me. Later, we just waited outside the building for my aunt to arrive and pick us up after what seemed like 2 hours. She arrived and greeted us. I kept quiet during the car ride because I was still scared of the woman with the long brunette hair. After about 45 minutes, I looked behind us and noticed to taxi the previously mentioned woman was in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead. I was terrified, but I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want them to think I was making everything up. After 2 weeks on the trip, I'd almost forgotten about the woman. It was nighttime, and I was sleeping soundly until I awoke to red and blue lights flashing outside. I got up and asked one of my cousins what had happened. I wish I had known sooner about what I was going to find out. My aunt's sister Kay had brunette hair. One of the locals was walking around and noticed Kay trying to break into the house. They did not recognize Kay and were suspicious, so they called the police, which was a good thing. Kay was holding a knife and a gun in her pocket, intending to kill my cousins. Apparently, her reason was that my father told her she couldn't join the trip to this day. I wonder what would have happened if the residents hadn't called the music police. I'm a female second-year college student from the Philippines studying civil engineering. This incident occurred several months ago, and I will never forget it. One night, I had a nightmare in which something horrible happened. I couldn't remember what happened in the dream, but I remember seeing a date inscribed on the wall. The date was July 27th, 2022. The next morning, I told my older sister about my dream and asked her to remind me of the date when it arrived. Time passed, and I finally forgot about it. But one morning, as I was getting ready for school, I felt that I didn't want to go. Something was bugging me. And my sister felt the same way, but I went. Regardless, my college has 2 school buildings, one for each course's department, and my department's building is adjacent to the highway. The building has 5 stories. My first class was on the 4th floor. The lesson began as normal. I took notes while our professor was lecturing. A few minutes into the class, one of my classmates exclaimed aloud, "The ground is shaking," when the rest of us observed it. The ground began to shake much more violently, to the point where our teacher collapsed. The lockers were shaking so fiercely that they nearly toppled down, and we were all terrified because we were on the 4th story when the earthquake ended. A tricycle driver, a type of taxi driver in the Philippines, guided us down to safety. As I exited the building, I saw kids crying, and in astonishment, and when my family called, I burst into tears too. They checked with me to ensure I was okay, and my father said he'd pick me up after safely arriving home. I sat on our sofa, still trying to calm myself down, and glanced at the calendar on our door. The date was July 27th, 2022, and when I realized the link with my dream, I was astonished that I nearly started crying. It's been months since the occurrence, yet I'm constantly thinking about it. And my dream was the date in my dream, a coincidence? Or what? Was it a warning about what would come? This is a story of something that happened to me when I was in my early 20s. Aaron, my friend at the time, was into a strange religion, which was more of a cult than a religion. I told him not to believe in such things, but he didn't listen to me. He said that all people who believed in that religion were extremely wealthy and asked me if I was curious as to why. Then he said, "Everyone has their own luck, but did you know that you can steal someone else's luck, bro? What would it be like if you could have money, fame, health, everything? Imagine you could reach the top of this world." I told him that was superstition, but he raised his voice and said, "I saw our leader create cracks in other people's souls and drain their luck. It's like taking someone's wallet without anyone knowing. People who lose their luck suddenly find their lives ruined without even knowing why our religious leader has amassed so much fortune by stealing so much luck that now his house is so full of wads of money that there's no room to fit it in." I felt that Aaron had fallen into the wrong circles, and I wanted to save him somehow. So I cursed at him and told him to come to his senses. Then he glared at me scarily. His eyes looked like that of a wild animal that had been starving for a long time. He whispered to me, "Watch how my life changes. Be prepared to be surprised. Everyone will envy me." When I saw the look in his eyes, I realized that I could no longer persuade him. As time passed, he became more and more absorbed in the religion, and eventually he stopped seeing his friends also. No matter when I called him, he was always reciting a spell. What was really strange was that when I saw him a few months later, his face had turned horrifying. He lost weight, and his skin dried out, making him look like a dry tree walking around. Still, he told me everything was going well. He continued to look at people passing by and recited his spell. He followed people who looked particularly rich for a while, staring intently at their faces. When I told him to please stop believing in that religion, he told me if I just learn a little more, I'll completely master the art of witchcraft. Then the luck of all the people in front of me will become mine. I was eating at a restaurant with him, and he was reading a religious book even while eating. He said that the magic method of stealing luck is a secret technique that has been passed down to only a very small number of people since ancient times, and that he spent all his money to learn it. I told him it was all a hoax, but he laughed and screamed like a crazy person. "If you don't know anything, keep quiet." Because I worked hard recently and had been promoted at work, I tried to encourage him that if he lived a good life like me, his life would turn out just fine. He looked surprised when he heard my story, then suddenly grabbed my hand and chanted a spell at incredible speed. His eyes seemed to be on fire, and he held my hand so hard that it felt like it would break. I was startled and shook off his hand. I was annoyed, but at the same time I felt sorry for him and wanted to take him to a psychiatrist after dinner. I went home, but that night I experienced something very bizarre while I was sleeping. I felt someone's presence, and when I opened my eyes, Aaron was in front of me. However, he was not standing, but floating in the air. I thought it was a dream and tried to wake myself up, but my body wouldn't move. He smiled brightly and shouted, "Meeting you like this makes me feel different, bro." For some reason, an ominous feeling enveloped me. Aeon smiled and recited the spell, and he put his hand on my chest. Then I suddenly felt intense hopelessness, and the world in front of me became increasingly dark. Then he closed his eyes. His gaunt face looked happy. I struggled with all my might, finally freed myself from paralysis and punched him. He screamed and disappeared like smoke. I sat there wondering if this was a dream, but it was too vivid to be. I wondered what on earth this meant. But then I realized something I didn't want to believe. Aaron had come to steal my luck. My name is Matus. I'm from Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I'm currently 18 years old. This story happened 2 years ago. That year, I lived with my parents, my younger sister, and our recently adopted dog. One day, my parents came to tell me that they were going away for a few days to celebrate their 20th wedding anniversary, and that I would be responsible for taking care of the apartment. I didn't mind too much, as I had already done this several times the first day that they were gone. My sister came to ask me if she could stay at a friend's house for a sleepover. I loved being alone, and since I didn't see any problem with a sleepover, I allowed her to go. So she got her things, and I took her to her friend's house, which was a block away from our complex. It was very hot that day, so when I got back to the apartment, I was sweating a lot. Right after that, I went to take a shower, and when I was done, I decided to watch a movie. While the movie was playing, a loud noise came from the hallway. It spooked me, and I ended up jumping off the couch. I didn't know what caused the sound, so I went to see what had happened. When I got to the hall, I realized that my bedroom door had closed by itself. I didn't make a big deal of it, as this often happened when it was windy, so I opened the door and put a slipper in front of it, so it wouldn't close again. A few minutes later, the same thing happened when I opened my bedroom door. I noticed that the slipper was in the corner of my room, and now the lights were on. This time, I realized it was strange because it wasn't actually windy enough for that to happen, but I decided to close my bedroom window anyway. When the movie ended, I decided to give my dog a treat. I went to the kitchen to get it, and went to my parents' room since my dog's bed is next to their bed, but he wasn't there. I looked in the living room, in my bedroom, and in my sister's bedroom, but I still couldn't find him. That's when I decided to look in the bathrooms and found him lying under the shower in my parents' bathroom, trembling in fear. Again, I found this strange because my dog usually only did this when there was a storm or when someone set off a firework, and neither of those had happened. That night, I was sitting on my bed, scrolling through social media and listening to music, when out of nowhere there was a loud buzzing sound in my right ear and unintelligible whispers in my left ear. This went on for 2 or 3 minutes, and then stopped. It gave me goosebumps, but since it was so late, I tried to ignore it and go to sleep. But obviously I couldn't fall asleep, and as I tried to calm down lying in bed, the worst part of that night was about to happen. I heard a girl's voice whispering in my ear, "Wake up, I'm here to see you." At the instant I got up, looking through the door of my room. I realized that there was something in the middle of the hallway, since I slept with my room's lights off, but with the hallway light turned on, I could see that there was a girl standing there. She was pale, had long blonde hair, was wearing a plain white dress, and was barefoot. However, the weird part is that her face was blank. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Nothing. She stood there for some time until out of nowhere, she turned and headed towards my sister's room. I froze in fear. After gathering some courage, I got up and went to my sister's room. Going in there, I realized that there was no one there. I looked around the rest of the apartment, but no one was there. Even my dog was lying in his bed, asleep. Like nothing happened at night, I couldn't fall asleep, and I decided to stay in the living room with all the lights on, watching random TV shows around 1 p.m. My sister texted me saying she was going to have lunch at her friend's house and that her friend's dad would drive her over in 2 hours when she arrived. I decided to not tell her anything that happened because I knew it would scare her too much. 2 days later, my parents came back from their trip, and I didn't tell them either because they would say that I was paranoid and that I was just making up the story to scare my sister. Months later, we moved into a bigger apartment, and nothing more happened one day while I was home alone. Again, I decided to research on the internet about the old apartment complex we lived in, and I found something weird years ago. 4 people who lived in that complex all died on the same week. A woman who was murdered a teenager, who died of an overdose, and a woman and her daughter who died in a car accident. To this day, I still have many unanswered questions. What happened that day? Who was that girl in my apartment? What was she doing there? Why was her face blank? And does she have anything to do with those music deaths? A few years ago, a new horror concept, cafe, opened in my neighborhood. Excited, I went there with Levi and Owen. And when we went inside, there were statues larger than people, depicting Dracula, Bigfoot, Frankenstein, aliens, etc., and voices were coming out of them. I approached the Dracula statue, and it spoke in a very scary voice. Making a latte with blood is really delicious. Are you ready to have your blood harvested? I ran away, and he laughed in a creepy voice because the statues were so large. I thought there were employees inside of them. We had so much fun, and we went to that cafe every day from that day on. But a few days later, Levi suddenly stopped replying to my messages. And when I went to his house, I found his parents crying. They told me that Levi had disappeared. We couldn't just sit around and do nothing, so Owen and I decided to search for Levi. We went to all the places he might be, and one of the places we went was that horror cafe. We went up to the statues and asked them if they had seen our friend named Levi. The first 3 statues responded that they had not seen him, but then the Frankenstein statue spoke. I saw him. We asked Frankenstein where Levi was, but he gave no further answers. But the alien statue suddenly shouted, "I miss my planet, Owen." And I looked at each other at the same time because the voice coming from the statue sounded like Levi's voice. I walked up to the alien statue and said, "Levi, is that you?" My voice trembling in fear. The statue replied, "Mom is waiting for me on planet Kepler 186. I have to go back." Our eyes widened and jaws dropped because we realized it was definitely Levi's voice. We asked him to come out, asking him what he was doing in there, but he just kept saying strange things. A few days ago, a fat earthling kidnapped me. Earthlings are so scary. After a bit, he went quiet, and with no one else around, it was completely silent. We wondered what to do. Owen and I went home, but went back to the cafe the next day and approached the alien statue again, and at first we couldn't hear anything inside. I spoke to the statue Levi and heard a very small voice. "Inside, yes. I'm Levi, get me out of here. I'm so sick right now." It was Levi's voice, whispering very softly when I asked him how to get out. He whispered, "Tell the Sea Cafe owner that you want to go inside the statue." So I told the cafe owner, and he readily agreed to my request. I sent Owen a text asking him to report it to the police immediately if he loses contact with me. The cafe owner led me to the basement, where there was a secret area where I could enter the statues. The cafe owner made me go inside the Bigfoot statue. As soon as I entered the statue, the smell of blood overwhelmed me. I could see people walking around in the cafe through the small holes in front of me. But at that moment, I heard a sound. The door locked from the bottom. I realized that it was the cafe owner who locked the door from below, and he said to me, "From now on, you're my employee. If you act well, cafe sales will increase, right? But if your voice doesn't sound like Bigfoot, I'm going to stab you with this spear of punishment." There were openings on the floor where I was standing, and I could see the tip of a spear in an opening. I panicked. He continued speaking. "Come on, try your Bigfoot voice. This spear will judge you on how good you are." The spear tip was very large and covered in blood. I was so scared that I wet myself. Urine dripped through my clothes and onto his spear, and he laughed wildly. I was trapped inside the statue, and when people in the cafe spoke to me, I forced myself to act and respond. Then Owen came up and asked the statue, "Mr. Bigfoot, have you seen my friend?" So I told him, "Your friend is in my body right now because I swallowed him alive." I wanted to ask Owen to save me, but the cafe owner was watching from below with the spear, so I had no choice but to act. I watched with dread as Owen walked outside. I was afraid he wouldn't come back. But after a while, I could faintly hear police sirens, and police officers came into the cafe. Owen had called the police eventually. After searching the inside of the cafe, the police came down to the basement when the police came nearby. I screamed, and I could hear screams coming from the other statues as well. Eventually, the cafe owner's secret area was discovered. People were trapped inside the statues, and as they were rescued, they cried and said they had been trapped inside for dozens of days. We were all released. All of the people who were trapped had rips in their clothes and were covered in bloodstains. I frantically searched, but no matter how much I looked, I couldn't see Levi. I shouted at the cafe owner, who was wearing handcuffs. "Where is Levi?" he replied. He was so bad at acting as an alien, so I stabbed him with my spear. Eventually, the police searched further into the basement and found Levi's body stabbed to death with wounds matching the cafe owner's spear. 5 years have passed now, but I still have nightmares of being trapped inside that statue and having my body pierced by a music spear. My name is Shisha, and I'm from India. This is a story about my sister Jan. It happened about 2 years ago when she was studying at a university. Jan was a shy girl, and she would never hang out with anyone. Once, on a sunny day, she went to the university as usual, but the day went by and it was already 5 p.m. But she hadn't returned yet. I thought she might be having extra lectures, so I didn't give it much thought. At around 6:30, I tried to call her, but she didn't pick up. I told my parents, and they told me not to worry, as she's not a kid anymore, and that she would return home eventually. But I had a weird feeling about this. It was around 7 p.m., and my parents were out for some work when I tried calling her again, but her phone was switched off. I knew that was strange because she would always pick up when I called, or at least text me to respond. My parents came home around 10 p.m., and she still hadn't come back, and now even they were worried. We tried to reach out to her classmates, but they said she didn't attend her lectures that day. After that, my parents and I went to the police to report her as missing. They searched, but it was useless. They never found her. She just disappeared out of nowhere. And eventually, it had been 3 months since she'd gone missing. We were starting to lose hope and stopped searching for her. But then something happened on December 2nd, a school day for me, during my last year in high school. When I was coming home from school, I saw her. I saw my sister who had disappeared. I ran to her, called out to her, and she saw me and she started crying. I immediately took her home, knowing that my parents would be so happy to see that she was okay. As I walked in with her, my parents were shocked to see her. They came running to her and hugged her. My mom and I were both tearing up too. My parents were so relieved, but Jan's reaction was the opposite. I thought she might need some time later on. I took her to my room and asked her what happened and where she had gone for the 3 months. She just smiled creepily and said, "I was kidnapped." I then asked, "How did you get away?" To my horror, she responded, "It was easy. I killed my kidnapper and stabbed him to death." I was shocked she wasn't sounding like the sister I know, but that time I hadn't noticed yet. After a few days, when she was still recovering from the trauma, I went to her room and asked her a strange question. I asked, "If you stabbed your kidnapper, then where is his dead body?" She then told me at the edge of the city there is a forest, and in that forest there's a small cabinet. Inside it is his body. I was shocked and ran to my parents, and they were shocked as well. We told the police, and the very next day we went there, and there was a cabinet in the forest. As she said, the police opened the door, only to find that the dead body was rotten, and the clothes on it were my sister's. I couldn't believe my eyes. Like, what was I witnessing? The police took the body to conduct a forensic investigation, and it turns out that the dead body was my sister. I was so freaked out when I realized the person who was staying in our house was just claiming to be my sister. All the things that she said were the inverse of what happened. She wasn't the one who stabbed that kidnapper. He was the one who actually stabbed her. But why do all this, and who or what was pretending to be my music sister? This is a story about the terrible events that occurred after I moved into a house 8 years ago. The house was far from town, right at the bottom of the mountain. Perhaps that's why it was said that the house had been empty for quite a long time, although this fact was a bit unpleasant to me. I was swayed by the very low price and signed the contract. However, after I entered the house, 2 police officers came. The next day, they spoke to me with serious expressions. Did you know that many of the people who previously lived in this house are missing? I'm guessing it was probably done by wild animals that came down the mountain behind here. Do you have to live in this house? I smiled, pointing to my German shepherd in the yard. Don't worry, that guy is a professional hunter of wild animals. But they didn't laugh at my joke. They walked around the house a few times and then left a few days later while I was watching TV. My dog suddenly started barking in the yard, then he cried out. But there was a loud thud, and after that I couldn't hear him anymore. I was so shocked that I ran into the front yard, but I couldn't see my dog. His leash was broken, and there was a lot of loose dirt all over the yard, and there was a deep hole in the ground. In one part of the yard, it felt like my dog might have fallen into that hole, but I was so confused because there was no such hole in the yard until the day before. I walked up close to the hole and looked inside with a flashlight, but it was so deep that I couldn't see the bottom. There was debris flying around in the air as if something had just fallen into a hole. I was in shock and was wondering what to do once I got inside when I heard my dog whining outside again, but this time the sound seemed to be very far away. I ran out into the yard again, but there was nothing in sight. I kept an eye on the hole in the front yard every day from that day on, and sometimes I heard faint vibrations coming from the ground, but I couldn't tell if it was real or my imagination. Then, a few days later, I got a call from my friend Jack. He said he would come visit and see my new house. I told him to come on a different day, but he said he was already on his way. A few hours later, he arrived, and I heard his voice calling me from outside the front door. I went to the front door and opened the door, but Jack wasn't there. I was flustered because I definitely heard Jack's voice. Was I hallucinating? I looked at my phone. There was a message from Jack. What is this hole in your yard? There's something moving in the hole. It was a message from 5 minutes ago. I walked to the front yard and I was shocked. The hole in the front yard was bigger than before, and there were human footprints around the hole. And they seemed to be Jack's footprints. I got closer and saw the hole. The hole was big enough for a person to fall into. I looked down into the hole, but it was so deep that all I could see was darkness. I screamed into the hole. Jack, are you down there? But there was nothing. I slammed my fist into the ground, wondering if I was dreaming. My fist throbbed with pain. I got my phone out and called Jack. At first, I thought his phone was ringing from deep inside the hole, but after a moment, it felt like maybe it was just a sound created by my imagination. He didn't answer the phone. I reported what happened to the police. The police said they could not search inside the hole because it was too deep. The next day, Jack still could not be contacted, and his family reported him missing. I finally decided that I had to look inside the hole myself, so I attached a small light to a GoPro camera, tied a string to it, and lowered the camera into the hole. After lowering it, for a while I felt the camera hit the bottom, and so I started lifting it back out. Once I had it out, I tried playing back the video. The hole was extremely deep, and there were countless holes going in various directions. Within it, I could hear the sound of something moving inside the hole, but I couldn't see anything moving in the video. A few days later, I woke up in the middle of the night to a strange noise. It was a sound coming from the yard as if a car was moving and its tires were scraping against the ground. But it was a more bizarre sound than that. I went to the front door and looked out the window, and then I saw something shocking. Something large and purple had slipped into a hole in the front yard. It looked like a snake, but it was huge. It also had an incredibly large head. Of course, I had just woken up, and since I saw it only for a split second, it could have been an illusion. I wanted to go out to the hole and take a closer look, but I was so scared that I couldn't muster the courage to do it. I contacted the police again, but they just said I was overly stressed and should get some rest. This whole situation was scary and made me feel crazy, so I decided that I would have to move somewhere else and eventually started packing. But a few days later, I was shocked to find that the hole in the yard was filled with dirt. But I hadn't hired anyone to fill the hole with dirt, and there was no dirt nearby to use. I continued to feel panicked and swiftly moved out. A few months later, I got a call from someone who wanted to buy the house. I explained to him what had happened and told him that it was a very dangerous house, but he laughed and said if such a large mole appeared, he would catch it and eat it himself. I kept trying to convince him that it wasn't a mole, but he wouldn't listen to me. So I sold it to him and he moved into the house. About a month later, he disappeared according to the police before he went missing. He called 911 and shouted, "What the hell is this? Is there an animal like this in the world, almost 20 feet long? It's so fast it came right up in front of me." The police arrived 20 minutes later, but the only thing they found was a large hole in the yard. The man was nowhere to be found. What on earth is going on in that yard? This is a true story that happened to my uncle. My uncle is a security guard at a hospital. He is a night shifter. My uncle is a well-built man and is brave, so working the night shift is not a problem for him one day at around 3:20 a.m. An elderly woman walked up to the hospital door and my uncle immediately helped her. He asked what the problem was, and the woman said that she could not breathe. My uncle went and grabbed a wheelchair so that it would be easier for the old woman to get around the hospital. He got back with the wheelchair and was about to give it to the woman. But she was gone. My uncle was startled. She was in no shape to be moving around. He went and looked for the woman, but she was nowhere to be found. They then checked the CCTV footage, and there it was, my uncle talking to nobody. My uncle's face was seen confused and scared on the footage. His co-workers could tell that he wasn't lying at all, because on the footage it was seen that the automatic door opened, meaning it detected someone entering the building, but no one was there when they checked the CCTV. My uncle described the old woman's appearance, saying that she had curly short hair and was wearing a white blouse and a white knee-length skirt. She was also wearing white slippers. His descriptions perfectly matched an old woman who had died the same day in that same hospital. According to one nurse, a shaman once told my uncle that he has a very strong third eye, meaning he has the ability to see things that are not visible to most human beings. My uncle is still a security guard to this day, but now he has trust issues when accommodating patients, often wondering whether or not they are actually alive. This experience happened to me when I was around 7 or 8 years old. My sister has her own room, while my little brother and I share a room with a bunk bed, and my little brother sleeps on top. I often go to bed at 3 a.m. after playing and watching movies, so around 3 a.m. in the morning, I go to my room and go to sleep. When the light is off in the room, you can't see anything, but I actually like that because I can sleep better. As I was falling asleep, I felt my brother coming down from the top bunk, but then went back up immediately. I was surprised because he usually uses the bathroom when he climbs down during the night, but I thought maybe he changed his mind about going to the bathroom, so he went back up. So I did pay attention. After a while, I heard some scratching noises like the wall was being scratched. I got annoyed, so I kicked the bottom of the top bunk. He stopped, but seemed to hold back his laughter, and I asked, "Why are you laughing?" when I said that. He lowered his head and peered at me in the darkness. I couldn't see his face, but I could see he was staring at me. I thought he was just trying to scare me, so I just stared back at him. Eventually, my eyes adjusted to the darkness, so I could see him little by little, but before I could see his face completely, he moved and lay back down again. The only thing I noticed when my eyes adjusted was that he was laughing. He was smiling with his mouth open, because I immediately saw his teeth. At that time, I honestly was frightened and scared, because my brother would also be scared. And it was weird for him to do that at 3 a.m. in the morning. I didn't pay attention and just covered my eyes with my arm while trying to sleep. While I was sleeping, someone called out to me. The voice was calling me by my first name. When I heard my name, I was horrified and couldn't breathe because my youngest brother always calls me brother. I didn't answer and I pretended that I was asleep. After that, the whole night it was like someone was scratching at the top of the bunk bed, and I could feel the shaking. The scratching was so hard and violent. I don't know what part of his body he was scratching, but I can imagine that his skin was getting torn up because of how intense the sound was. I eventually fell back asleep because I was tired from staying up all night and later woke up around 10 a.m. I looked at the top bunk, but my youngest brother was not there. I immediately went downstairs. I saw that he was getting ready for school, but he was just watching YouTube, like nothing had happened. I smacked him on the shoulder and said, "You're so lame for scaring me." Last night he got confused and said that he was sleeping in our sister's room. It turns out that night, my sister didn't come home and slept at her boyfriend's house. After this incident, our room was just used as a storage room, and my brother and I slept downstairs. We put a cross on the door of that room, but there are times when the cross tilts to the side, so we put it back in its original position, but it just keeps getting tilted. We consulted a priest, and the priest only told us not to let the cross turn upside down completely, or else the entity will follow us for eternity. This incident happened to me before I moved to the US. I'm from a beautiful city called Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia when I was around 12 years old. We moved to a new apartment. It was bigger than our previous one. It had 3 bedrooms, and I was so happy I finally got my own personal room. But I also loved my parents' room because they got a huge window with a beautiful view of the city. When you look out the window, you can see other apartments in a building, and there was one right across from ours. Just for the view, I would always go to my parents' room in the evening after school. I would stand there mesmerized by the view and tall buildings. But one day, while looking out the window, my eyes suddenly noticed a girl in the building across from us. She was waving at me, and I thought to myself that she looked pretty and nice. I assumed she must be around my age. She was wearing a red frock dress and a headband with a bow on top. We would wave to each other from across the way every evening for a couple months, but we never met outside of our apartments. One day we had guests come over, and I was sitting next to my mom while one of the ladies told my mom someone finally bought that apartment. My mom replied, asking which one, and the lady said it was the one across from my parents' bedroom. She said that apartment had been available for over a year, but I told her no, there is a family living there. I've seen the girl who lives there, my mom's friend Elle, and said, "Good joke." I knew what I had seen, so I was so furious and I yelled, "I'm not joking. There's a girl that waves to me every day. She's around my age." Finally, the lady looked at me seriously and said, "Dear, maybe you were hallucinating, because I'm sure that no one has lived there for over a year, and no one can enter that house. It's locked up tight, and there's a security guard." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I just sat there, completely frozen. Hi, I'm Gianna. People often call me Gia. When I was studying at university, I was living in an apartment in the city to study at college, and my apartment was on the 3rd floor of a building. The apartment was rather small. only big enough for me and my cat, in my room. And there was a small balcony outside. I put a curtain up since I was worried that someone could see me through the glass door. I also didn't let my cat out on the balcony because I didn't want him to jump down and run away. Late one night, I was studying my room. When the door of my room opened by itself, I didn't pay much attention to it. I assumed it was just my cat, and I was very focused on studying for my upcoming exam. After a few minutes, I heard my cat meow from the living room. It was so strange because I knew he was in my room and I didn't think he went back out. So I got up and looked in the living room, and there was my cat. It was sitting next to its food plate. I must have forgotten to give him food, so I poured out his food. But then a cat meowed from my room. The meow sounded strange and I was terrified to look. There's no way something could be in there. I thought to myself. I slowly peeked into my room and saw a strange, creepy-looking man making the same sound as my cat. I was so scared that I took my cat and ran out of the apartment. Once I got out of the building, I looked up at my balcony and saw the guy just staring at me with his eyes wide and an angry look on his face. I ran and ran for what felt like hours until I eventually went back to the building and told my landlord about what happened. We called the police and they caught the man inside my apartment. I never went back to that apartment ever again. My name is Catalin, and I'm going to tell you a real creepy story. This was back in 2016. I was in the 9th grade, and after I finished my classes, I left to start going home. My home is like 40 to 50 minutes away from the high school, so I needed to take the trolley for a couple of stations. When I was waiting for the trolley, there was a man close to me, and he was waiting as well for the trolley to come. I had seen him a couple of times already. At that point, he needed help. He would scream loudly in the station, so I was pretty scared to get too close to him. After I got in the trolley, I saw the guy watching me, smiling at me and creeping closer. I got scared, but I just ignored him by staying on my phone and scrolling. I thought that would be enough to make him mind his own business. But it didn't work. When I got out of the trolley, he also got off. This was when things really got scary on my way home. There is this path that I usually go down through a park. The guy followed me, was close behind me, and then he tried to talk to me. My phone was literally dying at like 2 to 3% battery life. I got so scared. The park was pretty empty at that time. Not so many people were around, so I just kept minding my own business and trying to get home at around the exit of the park. The guy said to me, "Hey, want to come for a little walk on the bridge? I got something for you." As he said this, he had both of his hands in his pockets. I was so panicked, I told him, "Sorry." "But I need to go home, my dad is waiting." He then went silent and I ran to my house as fast as I could after I got to my apartment. I tried to look back to see if the guy was still there or trying to catch me, but no one was there. The guy had literally vanished. I was thinking, what if the guy saw where I lived and will wait outside for me until the next day? Luckily, I never saw him again, and I felt so relieved. I wonder what would have happened to me if I accepted his offer to go on the bridge. He showed me his music. Surprise. This happened to me when I was 6 years old while I was living in my hometown in Japan. I was playing in my front yard when I heard a voice that sounded like an elderly lady. I turned around and noticed a woman in her early 20s. She wore a red dress with a white turtleneck underneath, and her hair was black, bob cut, with brown eyes and a mole near her lip. She asked if my mother Kay was home. I assumed she was one of my mother's friends who I hadn't met yet. I told her that my mother was not home and that she should come back later before she left. I asked her what her name was. She told me her name was Yuka, and then she left as I watched her walk away from home since it was starting to get a little dark. I headed inside for a while, playing on my Nintendo DS. Then my aunt came home from work, but my mom wasn't home either. I dismissed it as my mother doing extra shopping before returning home, as she often did. Then I remembered Yuka from earlier in the kitchen. I approached my aunt and asked Ritsuko, "Who is Yuka?" My aunt froze, dropping the thermos she was holding and letting it hit the floor. My aunt looked at me with fearful eyes. She dashed out of the kitchen with an unframed photograph of 4 girls: my mother, my 2 aunts, and Yuka. My aunt pointed at the girl who turned out to be Yuka in the same clothes from earlier. "Is this the Yuka you're talking about?" My aunt asked me frantically when I said yes. My aunt began to cry. I didn't know why she was crying, so I asked. She told me that Yuko was a close friend of my mother and aunts because they attended middle school and graduated from high school together. It turns out that Yuka died when I was 2 years old. I was scared and shocked at the same time, and my aunt was crying as she held me. I was shocked, and to this day I still believe I saw a ghost. Hi, I'm Leo. The story I'm about to tell you happened to me when I was 18. It was the last week of November. I received my grade report and found out that I had just completed my senior year of high school. Since I was no longer required to go to classes, I decided to take my vacation early. One day, my mother, who at the time was working as a teacher at a children's school, came to ask me if I could go with her to help assemble the materials for an event that was going to take place there. Since I hadn't scheduled anything to do yet, I said I could. She left for work at 7 a.m., and as she knew that I was a very heavy sleeper, we agreed that I would go there myself. Once I woke up the night before the event, I went to sleep at 1 a.m. I had a weird dream that night. In my dream, I was walking down a deserted street. There was no one walking and no cars passing by. Suddenly, a yellow van passed me and parked a few meters in front of me. I was unbothered and kept walking. But as I walked past it, the door bursts open, and someone pulls me into the van, then closes the door and the van starts to accelerate. Inside, it was completely dark and empty, but I could see 2 people with me. One was holding me very tightly, with her hands covering my mouth, while the other was at my side. Both wore black clothes and masks covering their faces, so I couldn't identify them. Then the person next to me takes a syringe out of her pocket and injects something into me, and the dream turns completely black. It stays black for a few seconds, and then I start seeing in the dream again. I realized that I was in a very small room, and that I was strapped to a gurney in front of me. There was a very old lady sitting in a chair staring at the floor. If I couldn't hear her heavy breathing, I would have thought she was a statue. I was also paralyzed. I couldn't turn my head. I couldn't move my body. I couldn't speak. The only things I could do was blink and listen. Sometime later, 2 people entered the room. A man who looked like a doctor wearing a light green shirt, an apron, black pants and sneakers with a stethoscope and a headlamp, and another person dressed completely in black with a mask on his face, looking like the people who are with me in the van, holding a tray with several surgical tools. The man dressed as a doctor then takes a stool, sits next to me and begins to tell his story. He was a renowned surgeon who visited the forest a few meters from his garden. In his free time, he admired the wild animals that lived there. One day, he was fired after several patients denounced him for performing procedures. They didn't ask for. He lost his reputation, and in a rage, he isolated himself in the forest. For several days, still fascinated with the animals, he decided that he wanted to become one of them, to get his wish fulfilled. He started selling everything he had with the money from the sales. He got everything he needed to put his plan into practice. But there was still one thing missing, a guinea pig. After telling his story, he told me what he was going to do with me. "My plan is to replace your body parts with jaguar parts, while your parts will be placed on the woman in front of you," he told me in a very deep voice. It horrified me. I tried to move and scream for help, but nothing happened. Tears began to well up in my eyes as the surgeon grabbed a saw, when he was about to saw my arm. I woke up short of breath. I took my cell phone that I left charging on a bench next to my bed, and I realized it was 9:30 in the morning. Remembering the deal I had made with my mother, I got up, changed clothes, had my breakfast quickly, and left the house a little before 10. I had no money to call in Uber, and as the school was approximately 2 kilometers from my house, I decided to walk there after 20 minutes of walking. I arrived at an intersection where I had 2 options. Either I continued on the street I was on for a few more meters, and then I entered an alley that would lead to the street behind the school, or I turn onto the avenue and continue on it until I reached the school street. As I was in a hurry to get there, I decided to continue down the street to the alley, which was the fastest way. It wasn't a busy street, so I was walking on it alone. As I approached the alley, I stopped in shock. There was a yellow van parked just down the alley, just like the one in my dream. Instantly, I remembered everything that had happened in my dream, and I froze in horror. My heart started beating so hard it felt like it was going to leave my body. My hands started to tremble, and I started to lose my breath. Then, with all the adrenaline coursing through my body, I turned around and ran desperate until I reached the avenue. I continued running very fast until I reached the school. I knocked on the door so hard, and when they opened, I ran towards the bathroom and locked myself in there. Almost throwing up, my mother and other employees came desperately and knocked on the bathroom door asking if I was there and what had happened. I came out of the bathroom and said I had something to tell my mom. She led me into an empty classroom, gave me a glass of sugar water, and after I managed to calm down, I told my mother about my dream. And the van I had seen, she was worried about me, but at the same time, she didn't believe me. We live in a very safe neighborhood. Leo, there's almost no crime around here. You are overreacting to this, she told me in a calm voice, and left the room after her co-worker asked if she could help him. I stayed in that room for a few minutes alone, thinking about everything that had happened until I decided to start helping with the event. After everything was ready, my mother took me out to eat, and then to an ice cream shop. To this day, I never had a dream like that again, and I never saw that yellow van again. But I keep wondering if something would have happened to me if I hadn't turned around and run away. Would I be alive to tell this story? This is something I experienced when I was working as a police officer in my early 30s. One night, a man called 911 screaming for help, and I responded right away when I arrived at the alley with my colleague Daniel. A man's moans rang out like an echo. We entered the alley and saw a terrible scene. The person who reported it was already dead. His body was horribly mutilated, and a man was sitting on top of him with his face and hands covered in blood. He looked at us and said, "Don't come near me, you too will become a piece of meat." Like this, then. His mouth opened wide and he covered his mouth with both hands. He looked as if he was trying not to open his mouth and was trembling as if he was putting a lot of pressure on his hands. He shouted something, but I couldn't hear what he was saying because he was covering his mouth. The veins protruding on his forehead looked as though they might burst at any moment. I looked down at the dead body and parts of him were missing. I assumed that this man had eaten part of the dead man's body. I slowly brought my trembling hand to the pistol. Then, suddenly, the hands he was holding over his mouth fell and his mouth opened incredibly wide. The bones in his jaw joints sounded like they dislocated and were crunching, and he screamed out very loudly, "Please, stay away from me very far." I could feel a horrifying mix of agony and rage in his voice. I covered my ears because I felt like my eardrums would burst. Then he crawled on all fours with his mouth wide open and lunged at us. I jumped back and fell over. Then he pounced on my colleague Daniel. Got on top of him and shouted, "I guess I should eat all 3 of these. I'm so lucky to eat today." He started moving like a deranged animal and biting Daniel, which was enough to make me quickly take out my gun and shoot him in the leg. But he didn't stop even after being shot. I shot him again in the thigh and he finally fell to the ground, screaming. He squirmed and moved his limbs grotesquely, like a spider stuck on its back. His mouth was overflowing with saliva. The shocking sight made me panic and my whole body was shaking. After a while, he passed out and I collected myself to call an ambulance. Daniel was also taken to the hospital and treated. The crazy man woke up the next day in the hospital, but he had no memory of what had happened. His eyes and voice had changed. It was like he was a completely different person when I asked him, "Why on earth did you do that?" He said, "There's something terrible living in beside me. He whispers to me every day he wants to eat something alive, not the dead meat sold in restaurants." He continued with a terrified look on his face and his hands clutching the bedsheets. Every time I go out on the street, I hear his voice in my head. He says people look really delicious and he asks me to eat with him. He says he has to hunt and asks if he can use my body for a while, and I keep tasting a certain taste. I definitely don't recognize the taste, but it feels like something I've had before. My mouth starts watering. Every time that happens, I feel so much pain that I tear my hair out and scream. But there are times when my willpower vanishes and I become completely helpless. There are times in people's lives when they feel really hungry. Right at those moments, I completely lose control of my mind. And when I came to my senses again, my mouth was full of the smell of blood, and my stomach was so full that it was difficult to breathe. Then I realized I ate something, but I don't remember what I ate at all. What should I do? I was speechless. Since he told me that he had lost his memory several times, I made several attempts to help him recover his lost memories by calling in a hypnosis expert. However, every time he was hypnotized, he screamed that he had become a monster and then fainted. In the end, I couldn't find any more victims, but I think there are more victims out there that haven't been found. He ended up in prison, and although a long time has passed since then, even now I sometimes think of that moment when he crawled towards me with his mouth open so wide that his jaw was detached. When I remember it, my whole body trembles due to the trauma. From that case, I had to quit being a police officer and am now living as a normal civilian. Hello, my name is Obey It. I've been watching your videos for the past few days, and I want to share my story. This story is from when I was 14 or 15. The year was 2016 or 17. My brothers and I were all in our teens, and we were attending a birthday party for one of my mom's colleagues at an Asian restaurant located in a quiet area of the city that they're familiar with. It was probably 11 p.m., and we were getting ready to head back home, but my brother wanted to buy some candy in a small convenience store nearby, and my mom agreed. Since it was just in front of the restaurant, I went with him to shop. While everyone else waited as we walked in, my brother asked me to look at the candy and said he'd go look for some ice cream, so I went and checked if the candies were worth getting. He was gone for a minute, but then suddenly he ran up to me and whispered to me in a hurried and scared voice, "Drop everything, we need to leave." I was so confused, and I didn't get what he meant. So he told me that he saw a dead woman's legs being dragged on the floor through the back door. For some dumb reason, I went to go look. But the door at the back of the shop was already shut, so I just turned around and ran back to the restaurant with my brother. I asked my brother to tell me exactly what he saw, and he said he would tell me on the way home. We finally went to the car, and my brother explained everything to me. He said that while he was looking at the ice cream, he heard the sound of something metal hit the floor, and then he saw two men dragging a human body through a door. He said the body was definitely a woman's. My brother tried convincing my mom, but she didn't believe him. But I know he wasn't lying or trying to pull a prank, because knowing my brother, he wouldn't abandon candy and ice cream for no reason, and he's not the type to pull pranks to this day. I still can't stop wondering what would have happened if we got caught. Hey, my name is Justin. I'm a big fan, by the way, and I watch all of your videos. I'm not sure this is the way to contact you guys about this, but I have a scary story that happened when I was around 12 years old. I slept in the basement of my home at the time. To give the layout, you'd come down the stairs. And turn right for the bathroom, turn left for the storage room and furnace room, and straight ahead was my room. In the living room one night, I was getting ready for bed after finishing some homework. This was around 1 to 2 a.m. I have severe insomnia, so I've always struggled to sleep, and this turned me into sort of a night owl. I genuinely enjoy the dark hours, spending nights gaming or reading anyway. As I was getting ready for bed, I felt an odd sensation. It was almost as if a ghostly chill passed through me, making me shiver. I shrugged it off and continued getting ready for bed. Once I was done and got into bed, I watched some videos on YouTube for a bit, and then read my book. After about an hour of reading, I saw it was 3 a.m., and I finally felt tired, so I turned out the lights and closed my eyes. As I was beginning to drift off, I heard that the shower door open. I had one of those standing showers designed in a quarter circle shape with a sliding door. It sounded like someone had opened the sliding door, so I propped my head up to listen. After about a minute of silence, I figured it was my imagination, so I lied back down. Suddenly, the shower door slammed closed so hard that I jumped up to the edge of the bed. My heart was racing right after that. I could hear some papers in the living room rustling around. I was far too scared to go check in the darkness, so I sat there, frozen in silence. A few minutes went by and I managed to relax myself a bit. I turned my head in the direction of my open closet, and for a split second, I saw a ghostly face of a woman. There, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. The face was terrifying. It had dark hair and wide, bloodshot eyes. It also looked as if it had something like a piece of cloth wrapped around its mouth. There was nothing below its chin that appeared for that second only its head and face. I passed out from terror and woke up in the morning lying on the edge of my bed. I got up to find my homework papers had been tossed all over the living room, and when I checked the shower, it had a crack in the plastic, likely from it being slammed closed. Until now, I hadn't told anyone, as I knew no one would believe me anyway. Hi, I'm Jod from Bangladesh. This is a story from 35 years ago. It happened to my grandfather one night. My grandfather was returning home after buying 2 hilsa fish. Grandfather had to cross a bridge on his way back home. And as he was crossing the bridge, he heard a relative of his call out to him. The person who called out to my grandfather did not usually talk to him at all, so he was a little bit shocked. Then the man started to come forward on the bridge, and at one point that man put his arm on my grandfather's shoulder and started saying something. When the man put his arm on my grandfather's shoulder, grandfather could smell a very rotten stench coming from him. My grandfather also noticed that he couldn't feel any weight from the man's arm. They were standing along the middle of the bridge when grandfather noticed that the man's legs were even missing, and he was floating in the air with his arm on my grandfather's shoulders. Then grandfather realized that this man was a ghost in the guise of his relative. At that moment, the ghost started laughing and looked at the fish in grandfather's hand and said, "Give me the fish, I will eat them." That's when grandfather started reciting prayers, and the ghost started screaming and said, "If I see you another day, I will kill you before you can recite any prayers." It was a famous ghost in our country whose name is Meko Boot. It was said that if the ghost saw someone with fish at night, he would scare them and take their fish. If the person did not let Meko would eat the fish, the ghost would even kill. Music her. I would like to tell you my horror story, which happened last year when I was 15 years old. For privacy reasons, I want to remain anonymous and don't want to reveal my name or the names of my friends from the story. The story begins one rainy day when I was watching a movie with my best friends at night. We will call them D and M since we live in the same neighborhood, and it was thundering and raining outside. They stayed the night with me at my grandmother's house, since my grandmother has a big house with 2 empty rooms. Both of my friends, who are also brothers, suffer from bipolar disorder before we were supposed to go to sleep. D and M had an argument and did not want to sleep together in the same room, so M decided to sleep in the living room on the couch at night. There was a lot of thunder and lightning, which made it hard for me to sleep, but around 3 a.m., when everything finally calmed down, I occasionally heard strange sounds like scratching and whining. I decided to get up and go to the kitchen to drink some water. I cautiously took my cell phone and turned on the light as I walked to the kitchen for a moment. I thought that I had imagined everything, but then I noticed that the door to the room where Day was sleeping was open, but he had closed it. When we went to sleep, D was a very tall boy with dark black hair and light skin, and so even though it was dark in the house, it was visible that someone was sitting on the bed facing the window. I approached the room, but when the lightning flashed, I got scared, and turned on the light, I froze in place. When I saw D sitting on the bed on a white, bloody sheet cutting his forearm, he slowly turned his head towards me, his eyes bloodshot and red. He looked like a demon had entered him. He said to me in a quiet and deep voice, "Get away from me. I really don't want to kill anyone." Those words pierced me. I stood motionless for a few seconds. I then slowly backed away and closed the door and locked it. I sat on the couch for half an hour, thinking about what to do when I suddenly heard a loud snap, as if something had broken in fear. I woke M up and called my grandmother, who was staying in the house next door, taking care of a sick neighbor. We quickly gathered our things and locked the house. We went to the neighbor's house and my grandmother called the police and an ambulance. When they arrived, they found D unconscious in the room and took him to the hospital. The door of the room was bloody from scratches, and there was a broken crucifix on the floor. D survived and is now well and going to school. Since then, I have never again slept in the same house with D, because I still fear what could have happened if I hadn't locked the door that night. This happened back in high school. During the winter, I was walking back home from school, listening to some music ahead of me. I noticed a black cat was just standing in the middle of the walkway. It had the prettiest blue eyes. I stopped for a moment to look at it. I hadn't seen it before, and it didn't have a collar but looked a little too clean to be a stray. I also noticed that the cat had a white spot around its left eye. It was strange that the cat was just outside all by itself. It was snowing heavily, and stray cats in my area would usually hide in local abandoned buildings for warmth. I felt bad for the poor thing, but I knew I couldn't take it home. I eventually started walking away when I heard the cat meowing. It was very loud and almost aggressive. I felt a little unsettled and started walking faster. I figured it was just very hungry and decided that if I saw it the next day, I'd give it some food. I kept walking home, and at a certain point, I was struck with a very uneasy feeling. I took out my earbuds and looked around. That's when I saw a man. He was very tall and skinny, had shaggy hair, and was wearing a black trench coat. I couldn't make out any of his facial features because of the heavy snow. He was just standing there in the middle of the road. Something felt very off, but I continued walking this time without music, just to be more wary of my surroundings. That's when I heard heavy footsteps like someone was quickly approaching me. I turned around and saw the man sprinting towards me. I felt horrified and started running away, since the guy was a lot taller and probably more athletic than out of shape. High school me, he caught up to me quickly. I felt my heart beating in my throat. I was horrified that he might get to me at any moment, and who knows what he'd do. Then my fears came true when I felt a hand grab me by my shoulder. Older. I tried to shake it off, but the grip was way too strong. When I looked back at him, the first thing I noticed was his eyes. They were a very deep shade of blue. I also saw that he had a white spot around his left eye that looked like it could be from vitiligo. It was exactly like that cat that I had seen earlier. He didn't look homeless. He actually had a very clean face. His expression was just blank. He didn't look angry, happy, sad, nothing, just empty blue eyes staring at me. He didn't take out a knife or attack me in any way. Just held my arm really tight. I don't know how, but I managed to gain the strength to escape his grasp and run away. I eventually managed to get home. Homeless people and drug addicts walking around the street wasn't an uncommon occurrence where I lived. For some reason, that man was just different. I don't believe in things like mythical creatures, but the similarities were just too uncanny. I don't know if it was a shapeshifter, a skinwalker, or whatever else. But to this day, I firmly believe that what I saw that day wasn't a normal human. My name is Raj. I'm a college student from India, and this happened to me in 2022. It was just after the lockdown had been lifted in my country and things were almost back to normal. The days really made me miserable and dull because I wasn't able to enjoy the fresh air outside. So after the lockdown was finally lifted, I was really happy and excited to go outside again. Also, one of the other reasons was that I was finally going to see my girlfriend. After so long, it was a normal afternoon, and my girlfriend and I decided to go for a walk. My mom was still very concerned as the pandemic hadn't completely ended, so she got mad when I told her that I was going out. Being a stubborn teenager back then, I didn't listen to her and went out. Anyway, my girlfriend's house was a few kilometers away, and I didn't have a bike or car, so I had to take an auto rickshaw to her home. I waited for a rickshaw, but most rickshaws were already filled with passengers, so I waited a bit longer when I saw a rickshaw coming from a distance. I called for it. Assuming it had no passengers, the rickshaw man saw me and stopped right beside me. Then I saw that the rickshaw already had a passenger. I saw the passenger sitting in the back seat. He was an old man, probably in his late 60s, slightly dark-skinned, and was intently staring at me with wide eyes. I looked at the driver in confusion. The driver asked me to go ahead and get in and sit while he dropped the other passenger at the nearby building. He told me the building's name. I knew where it was, and it was actually just around the corner, so I decided to get on. As I was getting on, I saw the passenger who was sitting on the far side of the seat move towards me, and he grabbed my arms. He had a creep smile on his face and was asking me politely to get on the rickshaw. I immediately pulled my arms away and asked the man to move away. I was getting really creepy vibes from the man and the rickshaw, but I wanted to get to my girlfriend's house fast, so I got on as the rickshaw started moving. The man slowly moved closer to me and grabbed my arms again. He then started touching my arms with his other hand. While he was doing this, he was trying to have a friendly conversation with me. Like, "What's your name? Where do you live? Where are you going?" I was getting really disturbed by his behavior. I tried to push him away, but he was almost clinging on to me. Then I decided to brush it off as he was going to get off soon anyway. So I looked outside, and then I realized that the rickshaw drove past the building the driver was talking about. At that moment, I got really scared. Then suddenly I could feel the man's hand slowly starting to touch my body again. Out of reflex, I pushed the man away and shouted at the driver to stop the rickshaw. He stopped immediately, and I got off without even looking back. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't say or do anything besides get away. I stood still for a moment to catch my breath, and then I saw the rickshaw drive away. I felt relieved and started to walk back home. A few days later, my father was reading a news article which said that a young boy had been murdered by two men in our town. One of them was an auto rickshaw driver, and the other one was an escaped prison convict hearing the news. I started remembering that moment again. What would have happened to me if I hadn't gotten off the rickshaw when I did? Would I still be alive? Some of the stories I've heard recently remind me of something that happened to me. When I was a kid, I lived in Finland. I was a 14-year-old girl with blonde hair and green eyes. I loved nature and playing with my friends in nature. I was born in the Lapland side of Finland, covered in spruce trees and bogs. Our last house was a cabin in the woods. We had a 15-minute walk to school, as the small town we lived in was scattered around the forest. I had a few friends, such as my little brother, Ellen and MCO. It was a beautiful area, although when it was winter it was the most beautiful, with snow piling on top of spruce branches and the Eurasian bullfinch singing happily. Everything was normal, all completely normal, until one Monday morning I was getting ready to go to school, taking my red backpack with me. I scurried off, leaving my brother home since he was a few years younger, meaning his school would start. Later, the walk to school would usually be 25 minutes, but because I know a shortcut through the forest, it only took 15 minutes. The forest that I've always passed through has been joked about by people that trolls live there in childhood stories, such as the gnomes waiting for Christmas, live under tree trunks, go see if you can find a small door, made the trip even more fun. The forest I passed through is very familiar. I could go through it with a blindfold, the birds singing in midday as the sun pierces through the leaves of the trees made it more aesthetic. I love the sounds of forest, and I would always listen as I walked. But this day, as I walked deeper into the forest, the sounds became distinct and less familiar to me. I was worried but kept going on. I would soon reach my school, and I knew I could go on about my day. Once I got there, I heard something dropped from my backpack and turned to look back, and funny enough, it was my falcon keychain that I got from the zoo. I picked it up and turned back around, and I wasn't in the same forest anymore. The sounds of the wind, the birds singing. Even my footsteps had gone silent. I looked around frantically as I did not recognize where I was. There were no more paths, and if I saw correctly, there were birch trees which could not possibly be in the area where I lived. I felt as though the sky was reflected upon the earth below me, and the sky was looming over me as though it was angry. I was frightened. At some point, I started running, looking around for landmarks, and a few tears even running down my cheek. I felt as though someone or something was chasing me, but I couldn't see anything. I kept running when my foot tripped over a tree route, and in that moment all the sounds came back. I looked back and there was the path I originally started on my trip. I was petrified. I knew what I saw and felt. Just moments earlier, I stood still for a few moments, trying to understand what had happened. I was afraid that if I continued my trip, the same occurrence would repeat. So I took off back home when I frantically opened the door and ran to hug my mom. She immediately knew something was off. She asked me, worried, why I was not at school and why I was panicking. I told her what had happened, and her face twisted in fear as I described it. But a second later, she looked relieved. She simply sat me down and told me, "You entered the forest blanket." I was afraid and confused. There was an old folk story of this occurrence. It said that once you step into the forest's blanket, you are in the realm of the trolls. And there you are, an unwelcome guest. People who escape the blanket are considered lucky, because if you stay there too long, you'll be chased by the forest. People. Those who get chased are souls who never got away, as I did. My face went white. So that was the pressure I felt when I was running. I thought to myself. Needless to say, I could not go through forests for a while, but after a year I was confident enough to go again. Since my grandmother told me that it would not happen again, she told me that the souls of the forest blanket could not bear to see a lucky survivor. They instead would give good luck to me as a trophy for doing something they could not survive. I was a really brave kid. I was not of the dark monsters or ghosts. In fact, I even really liked listening to scary stories as a kid. I was around the age of 4 or 5 when this incident took place. We are a family of 4. Me, my mom, my dad, and my brother, and we live in an apartment. My brother and I used to share a room as kids, and our room had a balcony where my mom hung out clothes to dry. One night, my mother had gone to take a shower, and my dad and my brother had gone out. Somewhere I was just relaxing on the couch when I heard my mom come out of the bathroom room. She went to my room so she could take some dried clothes from the balcony to where I was right beside her riding my tricycle on the balcony. Since we lived on the second floor, there was no way anyone can enter the balcony. My mom left the room and I was still there on the balcony. Riding my tricycle, minutes passed, and I became bored, so I decided to leave my tricycle. Right as I was about to step off of the tricycle, something grabbed my hand, something large. It was all gray and faceless. It looked like a silhouette of a person wearing an oversized hoodie. It just stood there holding my hand. I was shocked. I did not say a word. All I did was try to escape it. I tried to pull myself away from it, but it was not letting go. After a few minutes of struggling, it let go and disappeared. Poof, gone. I don't remember what happened after that. I'm 15 now and still live in the same house. No one believes me when I tell them this story. Everyone says it was just a dream, but I don't believe them. I know I felt its hand on me. Music. 2 years ago, I lived on a crescent road. My suburb was honestly fairly sketchy, and there was crime happening every now and then, like someone a few houses away from me had been murdered by his brother. But I won't go into that. Considering I don't know much of what happened anyway, I'd never been that fearful of where I lived, despite all of the things happening. My road was very quiet all the time. You wouldn't really see people out, and the houses were very close to one another enough so that you can hear any yelling from the neighbors. My room had a window that directly peered into the backyard, and there was a gate at the end of the pathway. But our backyard gate didn't have a lock on it, as it had been broken, and we laid bricks along the gap under the gate, as we had a rabbit that could escape through it anyway. I usually fall asleep after 11:30 p.m. at the earliest, but on this particular night, 2 days before my birthday, I happened to drift off around 10. My mom slept with me at the time as we didn't have many rooms. Not too long into our sleep, we were both awakened by a noise. My mom had been significantly more alert than me and asked me, "Did you hear that?" I agreed, but said that it was most likely a cat because our street was infested with them and they'd always make noise at night. So I went back to sleep. A few minutes later, I woke up to loud screaming from my mom and her ushering me to leave the room as she yelled "robber" so that my dad would wake up as he slept in the room farthest away from us. Then my mom explained what had happened. She said that after I had gone to sleep, she got up on her elbow Cal to look out the window as she thought she could hear footsteps. Then, to her horror, there was a man walking into the backyard who hadn't noticed her yet. But since our lamp was on, he looked into the window and saw my mom. My mom froze as he looked at her, and he froze too, as if he hadn't expected to see anyone while watching him. My mom went to tap me to wake me up, and as she did that, he gestured to her to not say anything, and that is what got her to scream. My dad didn't initially believe her until he saw the backyard gate was open, meaning that the sound that had woken us up was the scraping of the bricks on the concrete. We called the police, and they didn't find anything, and from that night on, we always closed the shutter blinds. The scariest part was that the man could have easily gotten into my room as the window was massive, and there was only a flimsy net between the inside and the outside. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if my mom hadn't seen him and screamed. So just to fill you in, this incident happened just a few days ago. I live in a small village in the Balkans, and I am 15 years old, around 58 and 60 kilograms. Keep in mind that after 5 p.m., it gets pretty dark here. Now, back to the story. A few days ago, my dog was injured. She was bitten by another dog, so I felt the need to go to the church after I finished school and homework around 6 p.m. I got ready and left to go to the church. Now, most churches don't allow jeans or pants when you go for prayer, but because I'm Orthodox, I try to keep the tradition as much as possible, so I wore a long black skirt, a black shirt, and a carpet in a vest over my shoulders, and boots as I walked into the church. I had an odd feeling but brushed it off. When I was outside of the church, I saw a guy who looked to be around his mid-40s. He was wearing a black hoodie and holding a red flower, probably a rose. He was moving in such a way that I thought he was dancing. He started smelling the rose and looking at the sky. I felt kind of creeped out at the moment, but I just thought that he was drunk or something like that. When he noticed me, he stopped dancing and smelling the flower. He looked at me smiling, but he had an uncomfortable smile. It seemed like he was scared of something, but I couldn't figure out what. As I finished my prayer and was leaving the church, I saw him trying to harm a girl, and as he was wrestling with her, he broke her arm. I ran up to him and punched him, and he immediately started crying and begging me not to hurt him. I punched him one more time and he fainted. I called the police in the ambulance, and once they arrived, they arrested the man. The next day, I learned from my grandma that the girl was going home after her final test for her English private lessons. I was stunned but also confused about why he didn't harm me because he saw me first. Why didn't he attack me? I couldn't sleep that night, so I promised myself to go to the church again the next day to pray for that girl. When I woke up, I saw a grandma inside my house talking with my mother. As usual, I greeted her and smiled at her, but she got down on her knees and she told me that she saw me at the church the other day. She told me that I had white wings on my back and my eyes had become white as I was punching this guy. I was stunned. I couldn't speak. I didn't know what to say after the incident. I went to the priest and he told me that I had a spirit following me and protecting me. I just wonder what would have happened if that thing hadn't protected me. I would like to share a summer camp story with you. This happened when I'm a girl turning 14 this weekend. Remember that the majority of the cabins were situated behind a river, so I was hoping to attend a summer camp that lasted overnight. I had no idea that it would result in the scariest thing that would give me nightmares for the rest of my life. Everything was usual. On the first day, we lit a fire and danced around it. Even though it was too bright to start a fire, I had a great time after the fire. All of the cabin members gathered for a cabin hangout that lasted until approximately 11 at night. The cabin leaders remained in the middle of the area, seated on a small park bench. We sang and danced around, having a great time. After the cabin hangout, the CL's cabin leaders retired to bed, and I immediately followed suit. It should be noted that due to their age, the cottages lacked insulation, plasterboard, and electricity. I was up quite late, although I didn't know the exact hour. It was probably between 1 and 12. The scene I witnessed through the window between the two bunk beds there will haunt me for the rest of my life. There was a black figure. I kept looking out the window at the figure, trying to figure out what it was. After a while, I concluded that it was one of the boys from the other cabins playing a prank on us, so I ignored it and went to sleep up until Thursday night. Everything was how it should be. I was just lying on my bed when one of the kids started having breathing difficulties. I think she was around 10 or 9. We'll refer to her as Demi. To get her to the nurse's cabin, we needed 2 CLS, which still seemed odd to me. A previous visitor, a girl, mentioned that Thursday night was when something happened every year. She had been here. Although it's off topic, we have a buddy system where you have to have a buddy with you anywhere. You go away from the present activity, a girl had to use and dragged another female with her. Once they were gone, I got up to watch the CLs conversing from the window beside my bed. About two minutes later, I watched the girls dash to the cabin at top speed. Not even did they remove their shoes before bursting and slamming the door. When I approached the girls and asked them why they had run in so quickly, they yelled in fear. "We saw something by the river." I asked one of the scared girls to accompany me, since I was inquisitive and wanted to see for myself. I'll refer to her as Sam. We lied to the CLs that I had to urinate. I hurried over to use the L, and then we walked slowly back, looking down at the river till Sam bolted forward, leaving me behind, perplexed. I turned to see where she was focusing. There was a black figure that I noticed motionless. When we had gone a sufficient distance, we paused to catch our breath, and I asked her the eerie ghost, "Way before this place was a camp," she added. Glancing at me, someone had lost their life in the water. In a hurry, I started to walk back while Sam leaned over my shoulder to accompany me. I had trouble sleeping that night, and I also had trouble getting to Friday. Hi, my name is JRO Anthony, and I work as a customer care technical representative at a well-known company here in the Philippines. For a while, I had been working night shifts every day from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. Sometimes I got so bored and burnt out since I was just repeating the same routines every day, like work, go home, eat, and rest, and work again. But then one day an unexpected event occurred. I still clearly remember it. All the creepiest thing that ever happened to me happened that night. It was October 28th, and Halloween was just around the corner as our teammates were in a hurry to fix the Halloween decorations. On the production floor, we were telling each other creepy and horror stories, especially ghost stories that happen at work. One of the stories I heard was about the famous ghost that haunts all call center companies. June, the boy who died, and Hans's call center agents who are alone at night. He would appear in the sleeping quarters on the production floor and sometimes would mess with the headsets. You'll hear a little kid whispering in your ears. But that was a repeated story and one that I knew already. Then one of our teammates, who was a 10-year agent, nicknamed Jenny, told us a story about the lady in white who would appear in the building we were working in. Jenny told us that on the 21st floor, which is the top floor of the building, there is a pale female ghost that will appear from 3 a.m. to 3:05 a.m. Yep, she will appear for 5 minutes and will let you see her on the opposite far side of the station. When you are sitting alone, it was said that when you're sitting on the south side of the production floor, she will appear on the far north side of it, and she will just stand still and look at the window. She has pale skin and wears a white dress. They said that when you see the lady looking at the window, don't make any sounds. Be silent and don't let her see you looking at her, and don't let her notice you. There, Jenny said that there was a previous employee who saw the ghost and resigned quickly after that. But none of us believed it since we had not yet encountered the lady. Then one day, to be specific, it was November 6th, 2022. All of my teammates had filed for early out, and it was approved I didn't, because I needed to do overtime because I was paying a lot of bills at that time. I couldn't chill for even a moment or relax our hours. That day were from 8 p.m. to 5 a.m., but all my teammates left at 1 a.m., and I was left alone. It was actually Sunday, and since most employees are off on weekends, my teammates and I were the only people in the entire building at exactly 2 a.m. I remembered the story that Jenny told me. I thought to myself, what a great story. I don't actually believe in ghosts or stuff like that, but I was actually fascinated by it. And in fact, I've been watching horror movies, series, and mysteries on Netflix and YouTube 3 a.m. It was my lunchtime from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. I went outside our 18th production floor and went to the free coffee vending machine outside. I refilled my water bottle, then drank from it and ate my steamed dumplings. It was getting very cold, so I put on my black hooded jacket. Then, while eating alone in the kitchen area, I thought of going to the 21st floor alone to check if the story about the pale ghost was real. So I went up to the 21st floor and sat on the south side of the production floor. I sat on a nearby chair and waited for the lady. It was cold and quiet, so I pulled the jacket hood over my head and put in my headphones to listen to music. It was 3:50, so I only had 10 minutes left on my lunch break. I decided to wait for a little bit longer, and then at exactly 3:55, I was scrolling on Facebook, listening to one of M's songs. He was my favorite rapper, by the way, and as I was scrolling, my screen froze, and there was static in my AirPods. I slowly raised my head towards the far north side of the floor, and I could see the silhouette of a person standing there. I couldn't see the person clearly, but I was shocked to find out, or to realize, that I was not alone. But I thought I couldn't be, as it was a Sunday when no one worked. I realized that maybe I'm not the only one who needs to take overtime. But then I saw her dress. It was a white dress, and she was looking out the window. I remembered the story again, and my eyes widened as the realization that it was the actual ghost. Sunken, I swallowed nervously and carefully observed. The ghost, suddenly, my AirPods turned off and Bluetooth disconnected, so the music started playing loudly from my phone. I was able to turn it off really quickly this time, but I got scared and nervous if it all happened so fast that I barely processed what happened. Then, suddenly, slowly, the ghost's head started turning in my direction. I was scared to death, so I kept quiet and crawled on the floor towards the exit. She did not see me, and I was able to get to the elevator. I pressed the button and waited, and it opened. Finally, there was a long hallway to get to the elevator, and when I stepped inside the elevator, I saw the woman standing at the end of the hallway, staring directly at me. I pressed the button to close the elevator door, but then she started crawling towards me. It was slow at first, then it was faster and faster, and she was almost up close to me, and the elevator door closed just in time. The elevator arrived at the ground floor, and I ran outside to the parking lot and drove away. As I was running to the car and driving away, I looked up and saw the ghost smiling and waving at me from the 21st floor. I quit and resigned from my position that day and never went back there again. It gave me nightmares for weeks, and it was a moment I will never forget. For the rest of my life, to this day, I still don't know what happened to that lady, why she wore a white dress, or what would have happened to me if she reached me in the elevator. This is a terrible story that happened to me. While working as a dog sitter one day, I found a person on the internet who said he would pay a lot of money for a dog sitter, and since his house was not far away, I decided to take care of his dog for 3 days. When I arrived in front of his house, there was a "Beware of Dog" sign on the door, and the smell of rotting food was in the air. I knocked on the door and heard a man's voice from inside. He said, "The door's open, come in." And then I heard a barking sound. The barking sounded like that of a vicious dog. I got a little anxious when I opened the door and went in. I couldn't see anyone in the house. I said, "Are you there?" And I could hear the dog panting in the living room. The sound came closer and closer while I was looking around for the owner. The dog appeared out of nowhere and I yelled out, in surprise, the only thing is it wasn't a dog. It was a person crawling on all fours and approaching me like they are a pet. He appeared to be a man in his 30s. There was a dog collar around his neck. He was also wearing fur-like fabric that covered his entire body and had an artificial tail attached to his buttock. He said to me, "You're the one who will take care of me for the next 3 days. Nice to meet you." He shook his butt wildly and his tail wagged. Then he continued walking on all fours now toward the kitchen and said, "The food is in here." These are meats that are hard to find. He opened the refrigerator door by moving his hand like a dog, moving its paw inside. It was a pile of large, deep red chunks of meat. For some reason, I got goosebumps and took a step back. He then ran up to me, slammed his H-Ed into my leg and screamed, "Are you going to keep standing there, blankly, like that? Pat my head, pat my head." I was so confused and horrified that I screamed out. Then he started licking my hand. A few seconds later, a terrible stench hit my nose, and I immediately felt dizzy and nauseous. I pushed him away and started running to the door when he started barking. His bark was startlingly dog-like. I kicked open the front door and started running while running. I made the mistake of looking back. He was chasing after me on all fours, at incredible speed. I was so shocked that I felt like I was going to faint. I screamed out like crazy for help. Help! There's a crazy dog here. People stuck their heads out of their windows to look and see what was happening, and when they saw the man running towards me, their eyes widened before I knew it. The crazy dog man was in front of me, and he started panting and lifting his lips to bare his teeth. I could see his dark gums and yellow, large teeth. He growled and lunged at me, my legs shaking like crazy. At that moment, a man came running with a baseball bat and yelled at the crazy dog guy to go away. The crazy guy saw him and started barking wildly. The crazy dog guy went after the man and bit his leg, and he panicked and hit the crazy dog guy on the head with a bat. Thankfully, that made him run away, making a noise similar to a dog's whining. The whole scene was unbelievable, and I was so shaken up that I could barely catch my breath. The man had teeth marks and some blood on his leg, but he said it was not a serious injury and went into his house to bandage it. I thanked him countless times, and he said to me this is not the first incident. Like this in the past, a young man went into that house to work as a pet sitter and was bitten by that crazy guy, leaving him with 30 stitches on his leg, and that crazy guy has been in jail once before. Once that crazy guy bites you, he won't let you go unless you hit him on the head. Remember, you should really hit him on the head with all your might. After that, I never worked as a dog sitter again. I sometimes wonder who was that crazy guy and what is he doing now? My name is Hamra. I'm 21 years old. I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel. I am from Bangladesh and I live in the Mman Singh district. I want to share a horror story that happened to me. This story is from when I was 10 years old, and I lived in Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh. At the time, I lived in an apartment with my parents and my two brothers. It had 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen, and a balcony. The apartment was a bit small for my family's size, but due to some financial issues, we had to manage one day. My uncle, who is my mom's brother, came to our house to visit us. He came in the afternoon and spent some time with us. We chatted and watched TV, but it was night, and at around 8 p.m., I started feeling sleepy. I had to get up at 6:30 a.m. for school. I was kind of lazy, and I would always go to sleep at 8 p.m. So like normal, I was just watching TV and starting to drift off to sleep. Right as I fell asleep, I heard my mom telling my uncle to stay at our house for the night. I don't remember the time exactly, but it was around midnight when I woke up. I had fallen asleep in my parents' room, but my mom didn't wake me up and just let me sleep in this room, and she was sleeping now next to me. My dad must have been sleeping with my brothers in the other room. I was trying to fall back asleep, but I couldn't, and didn't know why. I looked around, and since the door was open from down the hallway, I could see a tall shadow figure. There was a long corridor between the room I was in and where it was standing, and the shadow figure was peeking around the corner like it was playing with me. I was scared to death, but I didn't want to wake up my mom since he was supposed to be staying over. I thought it must just be my uncle. It didn't really make sense that he would be up at midnight staring down the hallway, but I just figured it was him since that made the most sense. Once I decided it was him, I wasn't afraid anymore, and eventually fell back asleep. Though the figure never stopped staring down the hall. I still don't understand why I thought that figure was my uncle. But as it turns out, when I woke up that morning, I learned that my uncle had actually not stayed the night. I was scared out of my mind to this day. I still don't know what it was that was looking at me from down the hallway that night. This happened 2 months ago. I live in Myanmar. It's a beautiful country. It was another normal day at school. Usually, I wake up at 5:30 a.m. I get home from school by 1 p.m. After school, I was home alone. This was normal because my dad usually didn't stay home. Often I was bored, so I invited my cousin and my best friend over to play games and watch want-see videos. A few hours later, somebody was knocking at the door. My first thought was that it was my mom, except she usually has a key to get in. I looked through the window and it was a grown man. He looked like he was in his mid-40s. He was tall and his hair was messy. I ignored him and didn't answer the door. Later on, I stupidly left the house because I wanted some snacks from the convenience store, and of course the man was there with a pocket knife, looking like he might attack me since there were bricks near me. I threw one at him and it somehow hit him on the head and made him fall down. There was a van next to me that seemed like it was his, and when I looked inside, there was a 16-year-old girl tied up. I was 12 at the moment, so this was very scary for me. I untie her and then quickly called the cops. Once they got there, a few moments later, he was captured. The girl told me that she was also going to get some snacks. It was so strange because she was so unlucky to get caught. Then lucky that I happened to find her. My friend and my cousin still don't even know about this because they were busy playing Fortnite and stayed at the house. I can't help but wonder what would have happened to that girl than me if those bricks hadn't been there. This is the first ever creepy thing that had happened to me, or rather the first time I truly saw something really creepy. I was 12 at the time that it happened. On Mondays, our dismissal was at 5 p.m. I hated it so much because it was so late, and I was also assigned to be a classroom cleaner along with some other kids in my class. So that's why you can expect me to still be at school at 5:30 p.m. A short description of our school. I went to a private Catholic school, and besides our school court, there was a gate, and behind that was what they call the residence, where the nuns and priests would stay. It was old and rusty with gray concrete walls. People loved to make rumors about it, since it was very old, and some nuns have died in there. Our classroom is located on the 3rd floor. The hallways are like terraces, so when you look down, you can get a view of the school. However, in front of our room, you could see the house where the nuns and priests stay. I never really paid any mind back then, but eventually that changed. One afternoon, it was already pretty dark. It was almost 6 p.m. At the time, if I remember, while the other kids were cleaning inside the room, I went out to the hallways to clean our window. I took a break and turned around. There I saw the house I wanted to rest and lean onto the terrace of our hallways, looking at the sky that was already dark. When I shifted my gaze, I looked at the house again, and there I saw something just in front of the house, a figure, something or someone covered in a white cloth. You really can't see anything besides its shape and color, which looked like a human to me, just covered in a white blanket. I frowned and thought it was a little weird. I heard the door from our classroom open and turned to see my friend who we'll call Carrie. "Carrie, look," I whisper, shouted to her, and pointed down to where I saw the weird figure. I looked back quickly and it was gone. That's when I felt chills down my spine. I wasn't scared until it disappeared. I was stunned and my heart was racing. It was just there. Where did it go? "What's up?" she asked me, and I snapped out of my thoughts. I don't remember if I told her that I saw something, or I just shrugged it off because all I can remember is the fear I felt. But on my way home, I was so scared and confused. What was that thing? Was it a hallucination of mine? How did it disappear so quickly the next week, when it was Monday again, and I was assigned as one of the cleaners I looked to where I saw that thing, and there was nothing until I glanced at the window and saw it again. No face, no anything. Just a figure covered in a white blanket. I really didn't want to point it out to my friend again, so I just kept my mouth shut and ran back inside our classroom. The noise my friends were making while cleaning calmed me somehow. To this day, I still don't know what that thing is, but every time I remember the rumors about the house, my brain can't help but think that it might be one of the dead applause nuns I live in the Philippines. And at the time this story started, it was 4:30 or so in the afternoon on December 30th, and my father had gone to buy something in the next town. In that town, many fresh ingredients are available at the market, like as fresh as you can get. He was fetching something we needed for our New Year preparations, as my father waved goodbye to us. My sister Ma sighed and sounded worried about him. I was confused because she would always want to go everywhere with my father. I didn't think much of it, so we waved goodbye and went back to doing whatever we were doing around 5. It was getting dark quickly. There was no sunset. It went from light to completely dark very quickly. I was starting to get worried that he wasn't back yet. You see, my mom was not home as she works overseas, and I was the only one who was responsible for looking after my sister when my dad went to tea, he next town over. I was dancing in our living room for no particular reason, just dancing out of boredom when suddenly my sister came running to me with a worried face. She said something that even now gives me the creeps. My sister said 8. Papa's mouth is covered with tape and his hands are tied to his back. Then she started explaining it to me while acting out how she saw it. I was shocked. I turned the speaker off and picked up my phone and checked my messages to see if my dad had called and left a message. But there was nothing. I was panicking and contacted my mom and my mom's boyfriend at the time to tell them what my sister had just said. After several minutes of waiting, I heard my dad's motorcycle in the driveway. I ran out and hugged him and almost cried when I saw him unharmed. But that is not the end of the story. Actually, when we were eating, my dad explained why he was late. He said that while he was driving, he suddenly saw a huge crowd on the road. Of course, he grew anxious and tried to figure out what was happening. Eventually, he learned that there were 2 people on the road dead. What was worse, he said that their hands were tied and there was tape on their mouths and they had both been shot in the back of the head. I was in shock and ended up explaining what my sister said to me. He took it as a joke, but I did not. I mean, how could my 3-year-old sister know that stuff? Like getting tied up and having your mouth taped, maybe because of movies or TV. It's just that I don't think. So she hates watching TV. My name is Kimberly, and I'm 19 years old. I have light brown skin, brown eyes, and shoulder-length black hair. I want to share my personal scary story that happened to me 2 years ago. It was a Friday, and I had just come home from school. I greeted my mom as she was leaving for work, and she told me to not wait up for her, since she would be coming home late. My dad left us when I was a baby, and since then it's only been my mom and I. I told her okay, and she left. I went upstairs and changed into my comfy clothes, and went back downstairs into the kitchen where I started cooking dinner for me and her to eat. When she came home from work after cooking, I did a little bit of chores, took a shower, ate dinner, and checked all the doors and windows to make sure that they were locked when I was finished cleaning up. I went into the living room with my computer as I wanted to catch up some of the shows that I had missed recently. About 3 hours into watching my show, I heard our main door being opened and closed. I thought it was my mom, so I didn't pay attention, and went back to watching my show. I had headphones in, so I couldn't hear my mom talking to me. Normally, she would have to come over to me, and that's when I felt someone was leaning over the couch I was sitting on. As I slowly lifted my head, I saw my mom looking down at me with her eyes open, unnaturally wide, and staring at me immensely. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't respond. And as I kept looking at her, I felt like something was off about her. I couldn't tell exactly, but I just felt off about her. As I looked closely, I saw she wasn't wearing her nurse scrubs. I figured she probably went upstairs and changed before I could see her. After about 30 seconds of her staring at me, she slowly looked up at the ceiling and back at me, then kissed me on the forehead. Her lips were so cold it felt like she had put ice on her lips and left it on until they were frozen. Then she walked into the kitchen and I couldn't see her from where I was sitting. I didn't think anything about it and went back to watching my show. Then the realization hit me. I remembered she told me that she would be coming home late and not to wait up. I also remembered that she isn't a person who would come up to me like that and kiss me on the forehead. She had never done it since I was a baby. As long as I could remember, I was frozen for a minute. Then I slowly picked up my phone and called her, hoping I would hear it ringing in the house somewhere. She picked up and asked me what was wrong. I asked her if she was home, but she said no and asked me if I was all right. I told her someone was in the house. I didn't tell her I saw her or something, pretending to be her, but she told me to run to our next-door neighbor while she called the police. She hung up to call them, and I got up and ran. When I was at the main door to go outside, I looked back into the hallway. It was her in the dark. She was just standing there. I ran to our neighbor and knocked loudly. She opened up and let me in. I told her someone was in our house. After about 5 minutes of waiting for the police, I heard them coming. I was outside with my neighbor while we watched the cops entering my house. About 10 minutes later, a cop came up to me saying they didn't find anything or any trace of anyone trying to enter the house. I waited at my neighbor's house until late when my mom came home. It's been 2 years since this traumatizing event happened to me. We moved out of there a year ago and I never told anyone, not even my mom. That I saw her doppelganger. This happened to me in 2017 when I was about 15 years old. The day was going all right. It was an average Saturday. I was just sitting on the couch in the living room, chatting with my friends online on my tablet. Besides me, only my parents were home because my older sister was hanging out with her friends. It was around 2:30 p.m. when someone knocked on the door. My mother went to check out who it was, and I looked over to the door, curious to see who it was. As well, my mom looked through the peephole, and she saw 2 men outside. One of them was wearing a blue shirt, and the other wearing a black jacket. They were complete strangers. None of us knew either of the men, and we weren't used to receiving any visitors' canvassers or anything like that. So, since my mom didn't know them, she asked who they were, but neither of them answered that question. Instead, the man with the blue shirt said they needed to use the house. My mother obviously got creeped out by that response like anyone would, and she asked what he meant by that. But the man just said that they needed to get in their house. But my mother responded that she was not letting them in, and that they needed to leave. The man wearing the black suddenly banged on the door and tried to force it open. At that moment, my mom screamed and I jumped off of the couch. I was completely startled, and I was panicking, but also frozen in shock. There were so many things going through my head, and that's when my mom turned to me and shouted for me to call the police. The man hadn't stopped banging on our door, and they started trying to kick it in. Thankfully, the hinges on our door managed to hold it in place. My father heard all the noise and came running from his room with his revolver in hand, yelling and asking what's going on. But then the banging stopped and we heard the men running away. My mother called the police and they arrived in 15 minutes. We explained what happened, but they said they couldn't do much immediately. None of us knew where they ran to or if they had any vehicle, so the cops couldn't do anything immediately, but they said they would see if they could find anything useful in the few security cameras around the area and talk to potential witnesses. The rest of the day passed by and nothing strange happened, so we thought that everything was okay, and it really seemed to be until the next day in the middle of the night. On Sunday, I was in the living room playing some games on my laptop while voice chatting with a friend on Discord. We were on vacation, so we would play games all night. But then I heard some strange noises coming from outside. They sounded like footsteps. I told my friend I had to go check something and got up. Honestly, I both thought and hoped that it would be nothing, but just in case, I brought my baseball bat with me and went to check on the door. As I was walking up to the door, someone unlocked it from the outside and started opening the door as if they simply had the key. I was paralyzed for a moment, and a man who was about my height, but definitely larger than me, walked into the house. He was dressed completely in black and had a mask over his face. He seemed surprised that I was there, and he started reaching into his back pocket. It took less than a second for my heart to start pounding out of pure terror. My first instinct was to hit the man on the head with the baseball bat with all my strength, and I did it. It all happened in a second. I struck him in the temple with the bat, and he staggered to the wall. Then, with the adrenaline still rushing through my body, I raised the bat over my head and swung it down at him again and hit the top of his head this time, and he fell to the ground and didn't get up anymore. But when I saw that right behind him, there were two other men. One of them had just pulled out a gun and pointed at me. I couldn't see the gun clearly as it was sort of dark over there, but it was obvious from his stance that he had a gun pointed at me. I confirmed it after I heard him pulling the slide on the gun and immediately screamed as loud as I could and tried to get out of the way, but the man fired the gun and the bullet barely missed my head, but the flash from the blast and the loud bang were so close to my face that I got dazed. I fell on my back. My vision was blurry and my ears were ringing. I was desperately screaming for help and crawling away as fast as I could. I could hear one of the men telling the other to shoot me again, already. I thought I was going to die, but I managed to bring myself my feet and run around the corner and out of their view. Everyone in the house had woken up to the gunshot of my screaming, and my father rushed in with his gun. As soon as he saw the men who broke in, he began shooting at them both. I think a bullet hit one of them because he screamed out before I heard more shots, and they ran away. They got into a blue car and tried to speed away from our home. My father shot at them again. It didn't hit them, but the bullets hit their car as soon as we turned on. All the lights we saw the man that I hit with the metal bat was twitching on the floor, and there was a puddle of blood under the wounds in his head. My mother comforted me and told my sister to call the police. But when she was about to, there were already multiple police cars coming. The friend who was talking to me on Discord heard everything and called the police, and many neighbors did the same due to the gunshots. Because the police arrived so soon, they managed to track down the men who ran away and arrest them both. The man I wounded got taken to the hospital, but I never got any news about what happened to him later. And frankly, I don't want to later. I found out that they were already wanting for breaking and entering homes, murdering residents, and then stealing everything of value. And those wretches probably plan to do the same at my house. I hope that justice has served now that these men are behind bars, and it still eats away at me sometimes when I think about it. Had I not been awake and gotten in their way, those men would have done horrible things to my family and me. I'm glad that we are all okay today, and I hope that we will never go through something like that ever again. When I was 18, I was very interested in the human soul, so I was always searching on the internet about it. And then one day I discovered that there was a meeting discussing the human soul, and I decided to go to that meeting with my friend Sean. But when we arrived at the meeting place, There were only 3 people, me, Sean, and the meeting leader. I was a little disappointed, but the meeting leader seemed like a very knowledgeable person. He began to explain to us information about the soul. He said, human beings, each have a soul, but in fact they can be divided into 2, or the souls of 2 people can merge into 1. In other words, you and I can become 1. All souls on earth are ultimately 1. I was listening to his story with curious eyes, but when I looked at Sean, he didn't look very good. Sean whispered to me, "This person seems a little strange. Let's just go home." But I was having fun, so I told him to stay a little longer. We chatted with the group leader for a while, and eventually I started thinking about going home. Then the meeting leader told us not to go. Sean and I said we had to go and got up to leave the meeting. Leader suddenly raised his hands to the sky and looked at Sean while muttering. His eyes were murderous, and he was holding something that looked like a red jewel in his hand. "Sean, run!" I screamed at that time. The meeting leader hit Sean on the head with the red gem, and Sean lost consciousness. Then he took a glass bottle out of his pocket and held it to Sean's mouth. Then he said, "God, I will take this soul. I will eat it with gratitude." Then he lifted the bottle to his mouth, took a breath of air, closed the lid, and put it back in his pocket. I didn't know if Sean was alive or dead, and I was so scared that my whole body was shaking, and I had a hard time keeping my balance. The meeting leader looked at me and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you say you'll give me your soul, I can take your soul away without having to break your head. Now what do we want to do?" He took the glass bottle out of his other pocket and opened the lid. I was terrified, but I yelled at him, "My head is harder than a stone and it will never break." He then said to me, "Oh my, I tried to be nice, but I ended up having to make a hole again." He held out a glass bottle and slowly approached me. The sound of my heartbeat was so loud in my ears that it almost sounded like thunder. At that moment, he again raised his hand, holding the red gem upward, and tried to hit me, so I tackled him with all my strength and knocked him to the floor. We started fighting, rolling around on the floor, and then I snatched the glass bottle from his hand and hit him on the head with it. The bottle shattered, and he screamed, clutching his head. "No, this is your house," he cried and picked up the broken bottle with his bare hands. I helped Sean up and we ran away. Fortunately, Sean came to his senses slightly. Then the meeting leader shouted, "Oh, you're still alive, my sons. Where are you going?" "There is eternal rest in me." I ran outside and called the police. The leader was arrested and police found dozens of bottles on display in his basement. The bottles had small pictures of people attached to them. When the police asked what the bottles were, he smiled and said, "These are the souls I have absorbed so far. They are in my world now and they will live within me forever." He listed dozens of people's names. I took Sean to the hospital and luckily he recovered. If I hadn't escaped Leah, then I can't imagine what would have happened to us. This happened about a month ago. And ever since then, I've been scared to peek out the window. At night, it all started when my brother told my cousin and me how he heard loud metal binging, almost as if someone was walking around with huge metal boots outside at around 2 a.m. He said that it was loud, like super loud, and since he sleeps on the couch in the living room, it woke him up and he went to go see what it was. But once he pulled back the curtain to peek outside, it immediately stopped, which was weird to him because he said it sounded like it was right outside on the street. At first, we didn't believe him and thought he was just lying, as he often makes up things to scare us. But about 3 weeks later, I suddenly woke up at 6 a.m., feeling thirsty and right. When I was about to get water, I heard it. It sounded exactly like my brother had described loud metal banging, and it sounded like it was happening right outside the house, on the street, being curious and thirsty. I went to go get some water and decided to peek out the window to see what the noise was. I peeled back the curtains slowly and only let a little crack open, just big enough that I could see what was outside. And then I saw what was making all the noise. I saw a huge man who was at least 8 feet tall. He was monstrous and looked like a human, but whose bones had been deformed and twisted in ways that no average human could bend them. He was also dragging massive metal chains, and with each step he took, he picked up the chains and threw them on the ground, which was what my brother and I had heard. I was dumbfounded at what I had just seen and turned around to grab my phone and tried to record it. But as soon as I turned back around, the noise stopped and the man was gone. I was petrified and decided to run back to my room, and I couldn't go back to sleep after that. When my brother woke up, I told him the whole thing, but he didn't believe me. I asked him if he heard it too, and he said no. Nobody believes me. And I haven't heard the noise since, but I still wonder what or who that thing was, and what it was doing, walking around in the street. My name is Haley. This story is not about me, though. It's about my 67-year-old grandma. Her name is Shirley Hunkins. A few years ago, my grandma and her friends were all anxiously waiting to hear any updates about their friend, as the doctor told them that their friend was likely going to pass away that night due to her cancer. My grandma ended up falling asleep before calls came and later woke up to someone shaking her bed vigorously. She was surprised to see her friend with cancer right in front of her. My grandma says she looked beautiful and was wearing a pretty long dress. Her hair was long and flowing, and she didn't look sick anymore. Her friend said to my grandma, "I'm okay. Now you don't need to worry." My grandma wanted to talk to her more, but she told my grandma that she had to go. She then went to touch my grandma's hand with a warm smile, and as she did, my grandma felt an electric shock. My grandma looked down at her hand, but when she looked back up, her friend had disappeared. A few minutes later, my grandma got a call and got up quickly to answer it. The call was from the doctor telling her that her friend had sadly passed away. My name is Bailey. I'm 5 feet 2 and have brown hair and brown eyes. This story happened when I was 13. It was a Saturday morning, and I asked my mother if I could have a sleepover with my best friend, May. May had black hair with brown eyes and was also 13, around 5 feet 2. She hesitated, thinking about all the clowns that had been loose and roaming around the neighborhood. It took a while, but in the end she said yes. I called May and let her know that she could come around 7 p.m. Later that evening, May came over and we jumped on the couch and started watching Y Entertainment. About 20 minutes later, my mom went to the grocery store with my little sister and brother, leaving us home alone. We started getting hungry and decided to order a pizza. Around 30 minutes after we ordered, the doorbell rang while May went to get the money. I went ahead and opened the door. Behind the door was a tall man, I would guess around 6 feet 1, who was wearing a red t-shirt and black pants. He stared down at me and handed me the pizza. He then asked me, "Where are your parents?" Me being stupid, I told him that they weren't home at the moment. He then gave a creepy grin, and thankfully, that's when May came with the money. I think she could tell that I was feeling uncomfortable. So she handed him the money and closed the door. We ate and then moved to my room after finishing the episode and hung out for about an hour before we decided to go to bed. Around 10, I went downstairs to get some water. As I was drinking my water, I heard some shuffling coming from my pantry. I was confused as everyone else was sleeping and I didn't have any pets that could have made that noise. I ran upstairs to get my mom when I saw something. That I'll never forget. My mom was lying on the floor, unconscious. At this point, I was starting to panic. I went back to my bedroom and locked the door. I then woke up May and started filing her in on what was going on when we heard a knock on the door. The knocks turned into banging, to the point where whatever it was about to break down the door. We quietly jumped out the window and landed in the bushes. I then dialed 911 and told them someone was in my house. The cops came about 5 minutes later and started searching the house shortly after they came in. They came out with a clown. Paramedics also came out with my mom and rushed her to the hospital. Luckily, she wasn't dead, just unconscious. As the police were putting the clown in the car, he turned to look at us and then gave us a very creepy grin. The next morning, an officer came knocking at our door. The officer told us that there had been a clown posing as a pizza delivery man and going to people's houses. The disturbing part about this whole incident was when the police told us they found a pizza box under the bed with a sharp knife hidden in it. He was planning to kill us in our sleep. We were so glad to be safe, and my mom had also returned from the hospital. To this day, I still wonder what would have happened if I didn't go downstairs to get water that night. This is a story from my great-grandpa that happened in Ireland around the 1930s, late at night. My great-grandpa was at his favorite bar in Ireland that night. He stayed longer than usual. He didn't even head home until around 1 a.m. When he was finally sober enough to walk home, he remembered that there was construction happening on the usual path, so the only way home was through the cemetery. He said he was creeped out by how eerily quiet it was and felt that someone or something was watching him. As he was about to leave the cemetery, he heard a man's voice saying, "Excuse me, do you have a light, sir?" He responded, "Yes, I do. Let me light it." As soon as the lighter lit up, it dropped to the ground. He went to grab it, but he saw what made his whole body quiver as he bent down to grab the lighter. He saw hooves that didn't belong to a horse but a goat. They were huge, and there were only two like a human's legs. As he looked up, he was horrified, and the only words that could be used to describe it were that thing. Once he realized what he was seeing, he ran so fast that he couldn't even remember what happened afterward. After that night, my great-grandfather never left that bar after midnight. He doesn't know what he saw and talked to, but he knows for sure it wasn't any type of natural animal or human. He thought it might have been a demon, or even the devil itself. He never knew, nor did he want to. My sister and I loved going on camping trips. We often went on drives far away from home to reach our favorite campsite near Lake Lanier. My sister, who we'll call Emma, drove and frequently looked in the driver's mirror to check on me in the back seat this time. However, when she looked at me in the back seat, her face looked shocked, terrified. She went pale and quietly told me, "There's a woman sitting next to you," without looking away from the mirror. I looked beside me, but there was no woman. "What woman?" I asked. I told her that if she wasn't feeling well, we can pull over. She yelled at me to be quiet. "The woman, she's got blue skin. Don't you see her?" she hissed. I felt a cold, wet hand slide onto my shoulder. I didn't dare to look. "Emma, what's happening?" I questioned. "Don't look, Frenya." With those words, my instincts kicked in. I had to look. I saw a blue woman. It was like she had been swimming in cold water. Her icy blue skin and pale white eyes made me want to hurl. There was a dark liquid oozing from her lips, and she was wearing a one-piece swimsuit. I could see her ribs through the tight fabric of the suit. This woman was dead. "I told you not to look," Emma cried a few years later. I brought up the incident. It turns out my sister and her friends went to that same lake a few years back. My sister confessed I witnessed my friend drowning in that lake. I carry feelings of guilt that I could have done something to help her, but I didn't. She's been with me ever since that day now. Every time I drive up to that lake, she seeks vengeance. My name is S, and this happened to my friends and me. When we were 13 years old, our school was really big because it was a preschool, primary, and secondary school, and University Allen, one behind, it was a hospital that hadn't been touched in years. It was always very strange to me since our teachers would avoid answering any questions related to the hospital. One day we had a half day and my friends, Zoe, Vincent, and I decided to check out the hospital. We were hyped and excited to get up close to it, but Vincent was hesitant. We figured it was normal since he was a bit of a rule-following nerd. We later realized that it was because of something far worse. When we got to the entrance of the hospital, Vincent started trying to flake, saying that we should go back, but we told him to calm down and that everything would be fine. We started searching the first floor and it was pretty normal. All there was in the rooms were hospital beds, medical supplies, and surgery tables. During our whole search for the first floor, Vincent was screaming at every little sound and creak of the floor, and it was kind of annoying, but we just ignored it. Hoping he would stop when we reached the second floor, a shiver ran down my spine. The atmosphere was unnerving, and since the sun had set when we were on the first floor, it was now very dark. I was glad that the second floor had fewer rooms, so we could get out of there. But what was strange to me, though, was Vincent. He went from screaming bloody murder at every little thing to going completely silent. I noticed it, but I didn't think too hard about it. We searched all of the rooms and then got the heck out of there as fast as we could. But as we were walking to the bus stop, Vincent passed out and he started foaming at the mouth. We were panicking and shaking him, but luckily one of our teachers was nearby and caught an ambulance. We all met up again in the hospital waiting room where he was taken. When we finally were able to see Vincent, he was doing okay and looked more chipper than before, but that's when the teacher told us what happened, and my heart dropped. Apparently, the land our school is built on used to be a cemetery for the unfortunate patients at the hospital who couldn't be saved. And in 1978, people in the hospitals suddenly started reporting unexplained phenomena like flickering lights, staff getting random bruises, or even worse injuries all over their bodies. Patients being woke up in the night to screaming, whose source was unidentified, and more. The breaking point was the day the otherwise healthy head surgeon of the hospital, John Kenzie, collapsed, foaming at the mouth, and died. Even after multiple autopsies, doctors couldn't identify a clear cause of death. The hospital was shut down and left a rot in 1980. After 8 kids who were being treated in the hospital, mysteriously died with hand marks on their bodies and foaming mouths. Vincent went on to tell us that he felt like someone was grabbing him when we stood in front of the hospital, and then he blacked out when we reached the second floor. As he was saying this, my mind could only think of one thing: if he was unconscious. By the time we reached the second floor, then who was controlling his body when I was young? I was fascinated by the devil. It's embarrassing to think about it now, but at the time it seemed cool, and I admired the self-proclaimed devil worshippers and wanted to be like them. So I logged into a devil worship community on the internet every day and wrote posts and comments. Then one day, while I was sleeping, I started coughing and felt like hot smoke was filling the room when I opened my eyes. In surprise, something was burning in front of me. It was a being. He was so tall that his head reached the ceiling. His body had many horns and his mouth was so big that he could swallow me. The heat was so intense that my vision was blurred and I couldn't see clearly. He wrapped his huge hands around my body. His hands were so hot that I could vividly feel the pain of every cell in my body burning. "It wasn't a dream," he said to me with a smile. "I came here because you wanted to see me." I screamed and he stroked my head. Every time his hand touched my head, it burned, and SM woke up here and it felt like my brain was melting from the extremely high temperatures. He said, "We welcome you, be a part of evil. Then you will realize that darkness is more beautiful than light." He opened his arms and hugged me. Then a great happiness surged within me, and the desire to worship evil arose in my heart, and I felt terrible pain and pleasure burning through my whole body. At the same time, then I opened my eyes when I woke up. It was 5 a.m. My entire body had turned red and it was hot, as if lava was flowing inside my body. I ran to the church, even though I didn't usually go to church, when the pastor listened to me. He spoke quietly. "It seems like the devil wants you." He prayed for me. Although my mind seemed to calm down, I still could not escape the clutches of evil that night. When I opened the door of my bedroom, there was a different place there. It was an endless red world covered in lava. The air was so hot and toxic that it was difficult for me to breathe. I heard the screams of countless people, and huge demons were running towards me with huge maces. They started swinging their maces at me, and I fought back. But when I hit them, they actually enjoyed it, in front of them. I felt like a little puppy at that time. I remembered the prayer the pastor had taught me, and I started reciting it. As I said the words, cracks appeared in the demons' bodies. And light leaked through them. They screamed in agony. Their screams were as loud as 100 lions roaring. At the same time as I continued to recite the prayer, the monsters' bodies crumbled and turned into black ash. After some time, I woke up. I posted about my experience in the devil worship community, and people were amazed that I had actually met demons. People left comments saying they too wanted to meet the devil and asked me to tell them how I was so appalled that I immediately left the community. From that day on, I hung a large cross in my house and recited a prayer every day before going to bed. I no longer read, listened to, or looked at anything related to the devil. From that day on, the demons no longer appeared in front of me. But even now, sometimes hot smoke and ash blow in my room. Whenever that happens, I recite a prayer, and the smoke gradually disappears. However, I can still smell them. Now, that creepy, strong smell of burnt smoke and toxic gases, I know they are around me even now, and I'm afraid they'll follow me forever. My name is Abby, and I'm 18 years old now. This story that I'm sharing is not mine, but my mom's. Even though it didn't happen to me, I know the story well enough. So listen carefully, and yes, this is a true story. Back in 2005, my family lived in a very friendly village where all the neighbors were very kind. It was very peaceful. And since it's in Malaysia, there are a lot of cultures and races around our neighborhood. My grandma once told my parents to hang clove of garlic on their front door whenever my mom got pregnant to ward off evil spirits from entering the house. And they did what she said when my mom was pregnant with my older brothers. But it's important to note that she never tells them exactly what might happen if they don't hang the garlic. Eventually, my grandma passed away in 2003 because of a lung disease. Time passed, and after 2 years, my mom was pregnant with me one night. When my mom was 7 to 8 months pregnant, they went to the clinic to do some checkups on me and left my brothers with my maid. Let's call her City. My City had been my family's maid since my grandma passed away. She came here from Indonesia and worked with my family as a maid. She's very knowledgeable. She took care of my brothers and soon became closer to them. My parents got home late and found both my brothers sleeping, so they went to bed early because they were both tired from the clinic. In the middle of the night, my mom suddenly woke up and was covered in sweat. Clueless, she tried to move, but for some reason, she couldn't move her body. She said it was like having sleep paralysis. She couldn't open her mouth, but she could move her right arm. She was too scared to open her eyes, but she felt something moving between her legs, as if someone was walking towards her. But gently she slowly opened her eyes and saw Kasu in Malay. We call it Pangal, the mythical creature. It manifests itself as a woman, usually young and beautiful with her internal organs hanging down from the neck, trailing below the head. The creature drinks blood and eats fetuses from the wombs of pregnant women, since my mom got injured while she was pregnant with me. She lost a lot of blood, and the creature could smell it from a very far distance. Panicked, my mom cried and tried to wake my dad, but there was no response. She shook my father a lot, but still he didn't wake up at that time. She was just praying to God to save my life as well as hers. The creature came close but stopped when she reached my mom's pelvis. My mom shut her eyes tightly, still praying to God with all her will. When she opened her eyes, the creature was gone, and she could finally move. She saw Siti standing at the bedroom door, holding a Quran and reciting some prayers. Siti switched on the light and went to my mom to calm her down. Siti also woke my father up and told him everything. At first, he didn't believe it, but as soon as he saw how traumatized my mom was, he started to believe her. They calmed her down, and Siti then recited more prayers to protect her from the evil spirits. Slowly, my mom fell asleep after she woke up. She felt like it was all a nightmare, but soon reality set in when she saw a trail of blood from the front door to their bed. Then my mom remembered that my grandma used to tell them about hanging a clove of garlic on their front door. Siti told her that it's to avoid the creature smelling blood, and the pregnancy because garlic has a stronger smell. After that incident, Siti decided to move back to her hometown in Indonesia. Maybe it was traumatizing for her too. It truly scared me when I learned about this. Even when I wrote this all down, I still got goosebumps. I don't know what really happened, but Ryer City is the one who made the creature go away. Even now, my mom and I still thank God that nothing bad had happened that day. Who knows? If City hadn't been there, I'm not sure. If I would even be here today, I remember this event as if it were yesterday. Despite the fact that it took place about 7 years ago, I was in my second year of college on a breezy Friday in the fall. At first, it was just like any other day after eating breakfast. I got up and walked to school. My girlfriend, who I will refer to as Sophia, joined me on the way there and we began chatting. Sophia was smart, cute, athletic, and strong-willed, everything I had ever hoped for in a girl. When we got to the school, we said our goodbyes and made our way to our classes. I couldn't wait for the weekly party that was held every Friday because the day was otherwise pretty boring. I went to meet Sophia after classes were finished. But when I saw her, something wasn't right. When I asked her what was wrong, she shrugged it off as nothing and simply stated that she was looking forward to seeing me at the party. And with that, I lost all concern about the way she was acting. However, she gave me the impression that she was conflicted, as if she were feeling guilty or upset about something. When I got to the party, I got together with my friends and their girlfriends, but Sophia wasn't around. One of them asked me where Sophia was, but I didn't know. I tried calling and texting her multiple times, but she didn't respond. This was strange because she usually responded right away. I thought she was too busy with her studies to make it, so I decided not to bother her and gave up. The party was enjoyable, perhaps a little too much. So given that I stayed until after midnight and was feeling a little sluggish, I left my friends for home after saying goodnight, with the exception of the occasional light pole. It was almost pitch black where I lived, which was in a quiet neighborhood. On my walk home, a dark hooded figure suddenly appeared in front of me, covered from head to toe in a mangled and torn black cloak. Their face was hidden by a gas mask that looked like it was from World War I. You couldn't even see their eyes through it. What scared me the most was that they were carrying a huge lumberjack's axe that looked like it had been stained with blood after being frozen in fear. For a few seconds, I decided without thinking to run straight past them to get to my house. They grabbed me, but I kicked them, which made them release me. I ran as quickly as I could, but I heard footsteps coming from behind me before they could catch up to me. I was able to enter my house and lock the door. When I started hearing a loud banging on the door, I decided to call the police. But before I could call for help, the hooded figures swung their axe through the door multiple times, and the door got knocked down shortly after I tried to hide right away. But I didn't act fast enough. It was like they knew their way around my house. They found me and blocked me into a corner. I begged for mercy and inquired about their plans for me. They proceeded to take off their gas mask and hood, revealing themselves to be Sophia. She told me before I even had a chance to speak that she had joined a cult that worshipped a demon named Null, and that to be initiated she was required to kill everyone she had a close relationship with, most of whom had already been killed, and that I was about to join them. She said that she missed the party because she was busy killing her parents. After that, I could hear police sirens in the distance, and as they got louder, it turned out that a neighbor had called the police because of all the noise this clearly enraged Sophia. So she pulled out a small knife and stabbed my left hand into the wall, preventing me from moving. 3 officers entered the house and asked her to drop the axe. She instead threw the axe at one of the officers, killing them instantly. Sophia was then tased and tackled onto the ground before being taken into custody. Sophia was convicted of multiple murders and given a life sentence. I'm telling this story because hellish things can happen instantly and change your life forever, and I hope that everyone who hears my story will be grateful for the life they have. I'm Bailey. This story happened when I was in the 7th grade. For reference, I was a very petite girl with long, dirty blonde hair, braces and glasses anyway. It all started in the middle school of my 7th grade year, in my science class. My friends and I were given aficionado seats for a project that would be going on for about half a semester. I was paired at a table with 2 friends and a random boy. Let's call my friends Hannah and Ali. The boy, let's call him Liam, gave me bad vibes right off the bat. He had stringy, greasy hair, always wore one of the same 2 sweatshirts, and always gave me blank-faced, hostile glances. We all started talking, and I found out pretty quickly how mean Liam was. He would insult anything and everything about all 3 of us. As middle school girls, we would shoot right back at him, although he never seemed offended at all, just amused. Time passed, and Liam got stranger and stranger. He would constantly hit me and my friends and poke us with pencils so violently I would consider it stabbing. For some reason, he never thought of it as weird, seeing as everyone at my school was very physically aggressive, including us, because we would constantly hit each other playfully, but he always seemed to target me the most. I sat next to him in my social studies class too, and he would always call us best friends with a big grin on his face. It always rubbed me the wrong way. Hannah and Ali would always laugh about his craziness, but Lamb actually terrified me. It went downhill even more when he wrote "Kill Bailey" in school. In a black notebook, both Hannah and Ali saw it, and it became a big joke that he put me on a 1-person hit list. Even though it scared the crap out of me, I acted like it was funny since Liam seemed so nonchalant about it. What scared me even more was that I'm almost positive I saw a section right next to my name titled "Plan." After that, he would always tell me how he was going to find my address and show up at my house in the middle of the night. He would tell me about the guns he has at his house, and as usual, my friends just laughed it off. I don't know why I didn't tell anyone else. I guess I didn't want to get mocked by everyone if it was all just a harmless joke. But one day something happened that I will never forget. We were working on the project I mentioned previously, which was a paper roller coaster, and Lamb asked if he could go get a drink of water after he left. I felt that I needed to go to the bathroom. I didn't want to at first, because the water fountain was in between the boys' and girls' bathroom, which meant Liam would be right there. but I couldn't hold it in any longer, and as to leave as I walked down the hallway, I saw Liam standing at the water fountain, talking with another boy. He watched me rush down the hallway, never breaking eye contact when I was in the bathroom. I had a sinking feeling the whole time. I was there, like something in the back of my mind telling me to hurry up, so I complied with my instincts when I threw open the restroom door. Liam was still there with the boy. I practically ran down the hallway to my class. I could feel his eyes on me as I waited for the classroom door to open. About a minute later, he walked into class and came straight to our table and leaned down next to me, and what he said will always chill me to the bone. "You lucky you left when you did." I just froze. I was in the bathroom alone, and Liam and that boy were the only two in the hallway. Was Liam planning on doing something when I was alone, but the boy messed it up? I won't ever know because nothing like that happened again. He was still physically violent towards me, and when I mentioned the situation to my friends, they didn't take it seriously and joked about it, so I never brought it up again the next year, in 8th grade. Liam disappeared from school and never came back. It was like he never existed. None of his friends ever mentioned him or where he went. The only time his name is brought up is when we make jokes about him like, "Oh, that loud thick outside must be Liam coming back." Or I bet that yell in the hallway was Liam. He became an inside joke for anything creepy or bizarre that happened. Honestly, I don't know if I was just paranoid and he was just a stupid boy trying to mess with me, but I genuinely think that he wanted me dead, so let's hope I never meet Liam again. Music. I still don't know what that thing was. All I know is that it was a very horrifying and terrible creature. I sometimes feel like it's still living there where I saw it, or that it's watching me, and my whole body trembles just thinking about it. The incident happened about 10 years ago now. At that time, I really liked riding my bike, so I would always ride my bike to the river in the neighborhood. But that day, the river was moving very violently. Something was strange. The wind wasn't even blowing. Like usual, I stopped my bike, stood still, and looked out at the river. The river continued to sway violently, as if there was something very large swimming in the water. I slowly approached, squinting and staring at the river. At that moment, I saw something I would never be able to forget. I could see something round in the water, slowly rising to the surface. At first, I thought it was a human head who is swimming in this dirty river, I thought to myself. But when I looked closely, it wasn't a human head. It was the head of a creature with a frightening appearance, with bug-like eyes, an unrecognizable nose, and a large and grotesque mouth filled with numerous teeth. And as soon as I saw its face, it went back into the water in an instant. I thought it was hiding from me. I froze in place. I couldn't even process what I had just seen. I walked closer to the river, right up to the edge of the water. Now the surface of the river was calm. Again, I stood there blankly, just staring at the water. When I came to my senses, about 30 minutes had passed from my perspective. The time had passed very quickly, as if I had fainted or gone to sleep. I came to my senses and turned around to go back home, but then I could hear the sound of water flowing. I intuitively realized that the sound was coming from something coming up out of the water. My heart felt like it was going to explode. I looked back and saw it. It still gives me nightmares to this day. It was different than before. The upper half of his body was above the water this time, and it was approaching me. It was almost halfway to where I was standing on the ground. It was crawling towards me quickly. It was humanoid in shape, but its body looked more like slippery fish skin than human skin. It opened its huge mouth wide, and inside it was what appeared to me to be several small fish carcasses, and even though it was quite a distance away, a terrible stench filled the air. I couldn't tell if it was smiling or frowning because it wasn't human. Its fingers were very long and hook-likey, As it approached me, it swung its hands at me as if it were trying to snatch me away. Overcome with fear, I screamed and started running away as fast as I could. I was running and tripped over a rock, and when I looked back, it had disappeared. I assumed by sliding back into the water, the surface of the water became calm again, and I never saw it again. I convinced myself that I was either dreaming or seeing things, but no matter how much I tried to forget, I couldn't get what I saw out of my mind after that incident. I have never gone near that river again. The horrible, disgusting smell it let out when it came towards me, and the creepy movements it made will never leave my mind. Just seeing that creature was enough to make my insides twist and churn. That experience traumatized me so much that now I can't even go near or get into swimming pools or even the bathtub. Even when I sleep, I get startled and scream whenever I hear the outside of my house. And when I wake up at night, all I can think of is that creature crawling from the river to drag me back there with music. My name is Jacine, and this happened when I was about 9 or 10. So this was years ago, as now I'm in my last year of middle school. It was a normal day in my house. It was me, my mom, my dad, and my brothers. I was helping my mom clean the house because she asked me to, and while cleaning, my mom told me to put my folded clothes that were on the couch into my drawer, which was in my family's closet. I took my clothes and started walking to the room to get to the closet. But while I was walking to the closet, I was stopped in my tracks. What I saw didn't exactly creep me out. At the time, it just kind of shocked me. What I saw was a dark, grayish figure standing in the closet, reaching for a skirt that was high up. It was like you could see through it, but at the same time it looked dark and like it looked back at me. As I looked behind me, it disappeared into thin air and dropped the skirt. It was trying to get from the high shelf. I picked up the skirt and held it up and tried talking to the figure I saw, saying things like, "Come back and take the skirt, and I promise not to tell anyone I saw you," but it didn't appear again. And then my mom called for me. I ran back into the kitchen and my mom said, "Who are you talking to?" I responded, saying, "The ghost." My mom looked like she didn't believe me until I told her the whole story, and she looked uneasy for a second. Fast forward to 6th grade, when I brought up the ghost in my mom. Again, this time she said, "Don't talk about ghosts. I'm really scared of them." She then told me she was scared of ghosts because where she is from, people like to do black magic on other people, and that you can even feel the spirits that died on the island. I asked her, "What if it's Grandma?" But she then said, "It can't be Grandma." I told Grandma if she passed to never come to me because she knows I'm scared of ghosts. But if it wasn't my grandma, then who was the ghost? I saw hi. My name is Sabrina. And this story occurred when I was only 9 years old, a few years ago. My family and I got a new house from a very strange person. Let's call him Bob to protect his identity. He was a very racist old white man, like 87 or so years old, but my mom is white and blonde, so he was fine selling the house to her. His unusual behavior began once he saw the rest of my family. My sisters, my stepdad, and I are all Mexican, and he clearly didn't like that, so he tried to kick us out but ended up failing. But his creepy behavior didn't stop there. Around 2 months later, something disturbing happened. Back then, I was asleep in my eldest sister's room, and one day my sister and I were changing clothing, and our window was open. We lived pretty far away from the next house, so we figured it was fine to leave it open. But what we didn't think about is that Bob's house was right across the street. We thought he was at home and wouldn't be walking around outside our house. But when we were done changing, we went to close the window, and we saw Bob outside with a big camera. He was facing our window, and we got really creeped out. But it turns out he did that almost every time we changed. I almost remember one night when I woke up at exactly 3:33, and looked out of our window and I saw Bob watching us sleep. A few months after that night, I was in the car with my mom and she said, "I don't know how you feel about him, but Bob died." And I was shocked, very shocked. She then said, "He had a heart attack and was found this morning by his worker dog." I was super relieved that he wouldn't bother us anymore, but the story doesn't end there. A week after he died, I started to feel his presence around my house, and unexplainable stuff has happened ever since. First, our fridge stopped working, even though we had just recently bought it, and then we went on vacation for a week. But when we came back, our house was completely trashed, like you couldn't even see the floor, and there were rats and roaches everywhere. We lived in the desert, part of Southern California, so there were desert rats, but this was on a different level anyway. After that, we moved away. I'm now 14, but I can still feel his presence nearly everywhere I go. My name is Michaela. I'm a straight A student in my freshman year of high school who used to struggle in math in the past. Because of that, my mom hired a math teacher to help us. His name was Mr. Emmanuel. He was really chill as a math teacher and was very helpful when it came to math homework. Because of his help, I improved in math and didn't have any problems. But because my younger brother and I really liked him, my mom decided to continue to hire him as a teacher. Every Friday and Saturday, he always comes to teach us. My brother starts first on Fridays and I start first on Saturdays. But sometimes he will come very late, like around 6 p.m. I can tell he is always tired, but he still manages to be a really nice teacher. But that was until this one day that I will never forget. It was a Friday, and we had just come back from school. My brother was starting first, so he got his math books out and got himself prepared for when Mr. Emmanuel gets there. After taking a shower and changing into my comfy clothes, I decided to do my homework from school at around 8:30 p.m. The math teacher didn't come yet. Strange, I thought. I figured that he was in traffic and we would have to do a late night lesson again. But even after 7 p.m., he still did not arrive. My brother was going to look from the balcony since it was facing the street. Our security lights were on, so my brother could see clearly. But what my brother saw apparently shocked him. I was confused about why my brother looked so pale, until I walked over and he pointed at the house gate. My heart froze. It was my math teacher. He was covered in blood, and there were bruises all over his body. His neck was twisted and blood was coming from his eyes. His whole body looked burnt and he was staring right at us. At first, we didn't know what to do until he just started waving at us with a large smile. His smile reached from ear to ear. I screamed so loudly that my whole neighborhood heard it. Hearing me, my mom rushed to the balcony, wondering what was going on. I pointed to where my math teacher was, but when I did, he disappeared. My mom just thought we were imagining things and told both of us to go inside. We didn't have math lessons that day, but the very next day, my mom got a call from the administrator for my math teacher who used to work for my mom. We learned that he had died in a brutal car accident. Even weeks later, I still saw him at school anytime I was in math class. I will never forget Mr. Emmanuel. Hello, this is an event that happened to me about 2 years ago. While at home, I was in my room watching slime videos because they were on TR back then. But anyway, my walls were very thin because I lived in an old house. It was a 2-story brick house, and my room was upstairs. I was just in my room watching YouTube videos when I heard a kid screaming violently. I thought nothing of it at first, even though it was 9 p.m. When usually no kid would be playing, a few moments later, the screams seemed to become muffled, like someone was covering the kid's mouth. I became curious, so I went downstairs and opened the door, and what I saw scars me to this day. I saw a man wearing a ski mask and black clothes throw a child into his car before I could process what happened. The man got in the car and drove away. I called the police, but I don't know what happened after that. I haven't been able to tell anyone to this day, and I hope that boy is alive And okay, somewhere my name is No. And this incident happened to me when I was around 10 years old. My parents used to love going to fancy gatherings and buffets, especially, which we'll call John and Emma, for the sake of the story. They had two kids named Sam and Nina. They were around my age, and we used to play together all the time when I went to those gatherings. Our favorite game was hide and seek, especially the type where the seeker would count in an elevator or in the staircase to give the game a spooky vibe. I was often allotted the role of seeker, which was my least favorite part to play. Anyways, that evening I was allotted as the seeker as usual, and this time I decided to count in an elevator. It was the hotel elevator. And despite the hotel being so fancy and beautiful, for some reason they didn't have a 16th floor in the building. I noticed that as soon as I entered the elevator, I ignored that fact being the dumb kid I was, and started counting with my face hidden in my hands, and with the elevator's door shut. As soon as I finished counting to 100, I opened the elevator door, and to my shock, I was on a different floor, and it was a rather strange one. The elevator opened onto a hallway. It was dimly lit, long and narrow. The atmosphere was eerie and cold. It was summertime, but I was literally shivering. I looked to the LED display of the floor number, and to my disbelief, it was the 16th floor. I looked down at the buttons to look for the button labeled 16, but it was not there. I immediately started questioning what I was seeing. How can I be on a floor that doesn't even exist in the hotel? I am from a very superstitious household, so I was susceptible to believing in the existence of ghosts and demons. Just when things couldn't get any worse, those dim lights started flickering, and a very melancholic lullaby began to echo. From the end of the hallway while shaking, I turned my teary gaze towards the end of the hallway, and what I saw still haunts me. To this very day, I saw something dragging itself along the floor in the hallway. As it got closer, I realized it had no feet or hands, and it was actually crawling on its knees as it got closer to the elevator. It became clear to me that it was the one that was singing the lullaby, its face hollow and eyes bulging out from their sockets. It crawled slowly while maintaining an intense and petrifying stare towards me. It was smiling wider and wider, as if it was enjoying seeing me trembling in fear. I realized at that moment that I was about to die. I fell to the hard floor of the elevator and closed my eyes tightly with my shaking hands. I started pleading to God to save me. I started reciting all of the verses of my holy book that my mom used to recite to me before going to bed. Luckily, God heard my cries, and the door of the elevator slammed shut. Everything went dark after that. A week later, I found myself in a hospital high-tall bed with my parents sitting beside me as soon as they saw me. Conscious, they rushed towards me and hugged me tightly. I had been found lying on the floor in the elevator. My body was pale and I was foaming at the mouth. I was rushed to the hospital for a whole week. I was unconscious and would have seizures from time to time. Fortunately, I recovered physically from that nightmare, but I am still horrified to use an elevator. Just recently, I found out about that hotel and the real reason behind the 16th floor being missing. They demolished that floor before turning that building into a hotel. Tell as on that floor, 6 young girls had been mutilated and murdered. The killer was found and hanged 8 years after the murders. After researching it further, I found out that he used to sing a lullaby while torturing his victims, the same lullaby I heard that evening. One fact that particularly caught my attention was that the victims were the age of 10 and looked similar to me. I was devastated after knowing that maybe I saw that hideous creature due to my similar appearance to those girls. What I believe is that it was the monster created by the agony and the pain of those poor 6 victims. I hope no one goes through that kind of gruesome pain ever again. And I pray those restless souls are now resting in peace. But to this day, I still wonder what would have happened to me if the creature had reached me. Would it be me haunting that floor? Just like those girls one night while I was sleeping, I woke up in a panic to my brother Alex screaming. I ran into his room and found him lying in his bed, thrashing back and forth. He shouted, don't go. Noah, don't go. You should never approach that man. Never, never. I shook him forcefully, and he finally woke up. I asked him what was wrong, and with tears streaming down his face, he told me why he was having nightmares about a month ago. Alex was playing at his friend Noah's house when he heard a strange noise outside. They looked outside and saw a man standing in the front yard, so Noah went outside to talk to him, but the face of the man standing in the yard was purple, and when Alex saw his face, he felt his stomach turn. Alex had a gut feeling that something was ominous, and he yelled at Noah, telling him, not to go, but Noah had already approached the man. After Noah had looked at the man's face for a few seconds, he froze and then fell and hit the ground like a tree. Alex was shocked and shouted what happened. Noah collapsed on the ground, convulsing and gasping for air. The purple-faced man laughed wildly, put his face right up to Noah and taunted him as Alex watched the man from behind the window. He felt an extremely bizarre emotion and fear welling up in his chest. He called out to Noah, but he continued to lie on the ground clearly. In pain, he realized nothing was working and called 911. However, by the time the police and rescue teams arrived, Noah had already stopped breathing, and the purple-faced man had vanished. Later, doctors performed an autopsy on Noah's body, and they found that the cause of death was determined to be a heart attack. However, his body was uninjured without any cuts or bruises, and no harmful substances were found in his body. The doctor said something had damaged Noah's heart, but the cause of damage was unknown. The doctor was perplexed, saying it was his first time seeing a case like this. Alex was speechless. He knew he saw Noah rolling around in pain before he died. But Noah was seemingly healthy and he was playing normally with Alex until just seconds before he met the purple-faced man. When the purple-faced man looked down at Noah's face, Noah suddenly collapsed. Alex told this to the police, but they didn't listen to him from that day on. Alex suffered from tremendous fear and guilt. But sometime later, he heard even more shocking news. Within 3 days of the original incident, 3 more people had suffered heart attacks in our neighborhood. Among them, 2 died and 1 survived. Shockingly, they all were reportedly seen near a purple-faced man before collapsing. One of the men who survived said this: "The moment I saw that man's face, I felt my heart tightening like crazy. I don't know why that man's eyes were full of hate, cold as ice, and that smile that smelled of blood. As soon as I saw that face, I couldn't breathe. My whole body felt weak, but I intuitively knew that I could survive if I got as far away from that man as possible, so I crawled away with all my might. But the man came after me and put his face right up to my nose and laughed. He told me to look at his face, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Not seeing his face made the pain a little better, but this time his laughter, the moment he started laughing maniacally in my ear, my heart tightened again. I closed my eyes, covered my ears with my hands, and crawled like crazy. Then my neighbors found me, and the man ran off. I think I came back from the dead. I really didn't know that just by looking at someone you could die. The police did not believe him from that day on. The purple-faced man never appeared in our neighborhood again. Who was he, and why did people die? This incident remains a mystery to this day. Hi, I'm currently 19 years old. This story of mine was a little weird for me, and it still haunts me even now. It all started when I was 17 years old. In my house, we have 2 bedrooms, one for me and one for my parents. In this house, I always have a feeling that someone is watching me, and it has always made me feel uneasy because of this feeling. I usually felt uncomfortable sleeping alone and didn't like the dark, so every night I left the lights on the first scary experience. Happened one night as I was sleeping, but in the middle of the night my eyes opened. I couldn't breathe, and even though my eyes were open, I couldn't move a single part of my body. It was terrifying, because I knew that I was experiencing sleep paralysis, but still couldn't do anything about it. After looking around, I realized that there was a tall, shadowy, faceless man standing over me. I tried to move, but I couldn't. I tried to shout, but it was like the shouting was only in my mind. Nothing was working, so I tried to pray 3 times and close my eyes. After maybe 1.5 minutes, I could move my body, and I was able to catch my breath, but it was like I had just gone on a run. My heart was pounding. I didn't tell my parents about it because I thought maybe I was just tired that day or it was a bad dream. On the second night, I was sleeping again and my position was facing the door. My eyes opened and I could barely breathe again. But what was different was that this time I felt something tightly binding my arms. I looked over and there were 3 pairs of arms that were trying to pull me under the bed. But it wasn't my body. They were pulling. It was like they were pulling my soul out of my body. I tried to shout and call for my parents, but it was just my mind shouting. I tried to pray again, and after a few seconds I thought it was over. But this time I still couldn't breathe and my body still couldn't move. I prayed and prayed and prayed until I felt my breath come back to normal. I was covered in sweat. And after that, I decided to stay awake for the rest of the night. I was too scared to sleep because I was worried it might happen again. I tried to distract myself by watching funny videos on YouTube while drinking coffee and eventually made it to 6 a.m. My mother usually wakes up around that time, so I left my room and joined her for breakfast. I wanted to tell her about it, but because of some chores I had to do and our conversation about other stuff, I forgot to mention it. On the 3rd night, I went to sleep around 3 in the morning. I was watching some zombie movies late into the night because I'm a big fan of them. But the moment I feared happened again. I woke up and was having sleep paralysis. As usual, I couldn't control my body or shout to call my parents. But this time I decided I would look at the tall, shadowy, faceless man. I could feel him looking at me. I felt it. Once I looked at him, I noticed that he was just there, sitting on my chair, completely still. I was scared, so I closed my eyes and prayed, but when I opened my eyes, he had moved to the corner of the room, slightly closer to me, so I shut my eyes and prayed again and again, until I felt like I could breathe and move my body again. When morning came, I told my mother about everything. This time, she told me there was an open square-shaped hole in my room that there was supposed to be for air conditioning. She told me that it may be lingering spirits who come to mess with me in my dreams and suggested that the hole was possibly the entrance that the entities came in through. It happened to be around Palm Sunday, so we had a palapus, which is a woven palm leaf thought to carry blessings, and she put it over the hole to cover it up. Thankfully, after that, the nightmares and sleep paralysis finally stopped. I'm a biochemistry professor at a college, and being a man of science, I believe in neither a god nor devil. This fact irked my parents and especially my grandmother a lot. They would always try to tell me that I don't know about the dark energies that exist in this world. I would shrug and laugh these statements off. My typical daily schedule is to wake up, do my morning routine, eat breakfast, then head to the college, hold lectures for my students, and leave late in the evening. One day, our college received an invite for a life sciences workshop at a top college in the state. It's a school that has the same prestige as an Ivy League, so I gladly accepted the workshop. Was for 2 days with arrangement at the college dorms. My students were enthusiastic about it too. The plan was finalized, and on the day of the event, we safely arrived at the college for the workshop. There were many restaurants and shops on the way to the campus, suggesting an active nightlife. The day went by smoothly and was productive. I have dairy allergy, and at the dinner, almost everything served contained dairy, so I didn't eat. Although my students had a feast later, we all went to our respective rooms to sleep for the night. Around midnight, I felt terribly hungry, as I hadn't eaten anything. Then I recalled the restaurants that I had seen on the way to the campus. There were two ways to reach the restaurants. One was the way roaming through the entire campus, and the latter was through the woods behind the rooms. Which was the shorter way? I chose the shorter way. Even though I had heard rumors of the woods being haunted, I progressed along the path with my phone flashlight, as it was pitch black out after traveling a fair bit. I started getting an eerie feeling like somebody was watching me. Then, in the distance, I noticed a silhouette. I assumed it was a college kid and tried to mind my own business. I walked briskly by the person and towards the area with the restaurants, and finally arrived and ordered some roast chicken. I had a brief chat with the owner of the restaurant and happened to mention the silhouette and the short route I took. Face froze and eyes widened as I said those words. He said, "You're Lou. It didn't hunt you down. It was a Wendigo. Numerous people have disappeared because of it." I was too stunned to speak. The owner told me to never take that route again. I obliged and ran as fast as I could through the campus to my room. Until today, I haven't mentioned this incident to anyone else, and I've become very religious since then, which surprised my family. I feel safe now, but my blood still runs cold when I think about what could have happened that night if that thing had come after me. I don't really like being in the spotlight. But you can call me Siri. I was only 13 years old when this happened. When I was 12 years old, my grandma passed away. She was a kind and strong woman, but her cancer was stronger. It was sad to know that she was gone, but she was in a better place. She passed away in her bedroom while in her sleep. Although she was dead, I always had a sense that she was always there and watching me whenever I come in her bedroom. But not in the way I thought. A while after I turned 13, one day in particular, I needed a place to study for school. Her room was clean and extremely quiet, so I thought her room was the best place I can go. I took my stuff and went to her room. I sat down on her bed and began doing my studies. Then I was disturbed by some whispers at the time. I thought it was my mom calling out to me from outside because it was so faint. I went outside and found my mom in the garden. "Yes, Mom, you called me," I replied. She watched me in a weird way and then said, "What? No, Siri. I didn't call you. That was awfully weird." I thought to myself, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. So I left and went back to the room to study. I began hearing the whispers again, but I couldn't understand what the whispers were saying. I got scared. A cold chill ran down my spine, and I got up and began to run out of the house. I once looked behind me to see a shadow of a dress which looked like it belonged to my grandma. The shadow followed me as I screamed to continue running. Even faster, my mother heard me and came to see what was happening. She came and the tears rolled down my face as I explained everything to her. She was unsure what to think, but she walked back to the room with me and sat down on the bed. She then told me maybe Grandma was trying to communicate with you, but I didn't know if it was Grandma or some other demon. She moved me into a different room to study, but I was unable to think at the time. It's been a few years since this happened, but was that my grandma or was it some demon? My name is Alex. I'm from the Philippines. Jeans. I'm a 29-year-old guy and currently a medical doctor. But I was around 19 years old when this happened. During college, I had a habit of going to sleep very early. Once I got home from the university, I would go to sleep around 7 or 8 p.m. and then wake up around 1 a.m. to study or work on any of my assignments. I would stay up until around 4 a.m., then go back to sleep as long as my tasks were done. It's also worth noting that I used to be a chain smoker. It bothered me whenever my siblings or my parents would call out my smoking, so it made sense to me to wake up whenever everyone in the house was still asleep. That way I could focus more on my tasks and smoke cigarettes as much as I wanted. Another thing I have to mention is that our house is inside a subdivision. We have some 24/7 convenience stores within walking distance, so if I ever had cravings, it was easy to access. Our house is pretty huge and has a gate. One night I had to wake up around 1 a.m., again because my exams were coming up. Final requirements for the semester were also piling up, so I decided to stay up the entire night, focusing on all my tasks that night. However, my little sister, who was also in college, told me to turn off all the lights outside our house and that I make sure that all the doors and the gates are closed. I wondered why, so I asked what more. She said there's a ghost of a woman dressed in a wedding gown. She carries a lantern and walks around our village at night. The reason why we have to turn off all the lights outside our house is so that she won't be attracted to it. I mean, why else would she be carrying a lantern if she finds a house with the lights turned on? It is said that she gets curious. She drops her lantern and enters the house, especially if the house's gates are kept unlocked. Then she supposedly lives with the family. I thought she was joking. She knows that I always wake up around 1 a.m. to study or focus on my tasks. She also knows that I smoke heavily and that I stink up the house with secondhand smoke whenever I do. So yeah, right, a ghost. We've already grown up. Sis, don't you think it's time? Time to outgrow these ghost stories already. Besides, you're just trying to get me to sleep all night so that I won't smoke and stink up the house with a serious expression on her face. She said, I'm not joking if you don't want to believe me. Fine, just please turn off the lights outside and keep our doors in the gate closed after that. She left me alone, went up to her room, and proceeded to go to sleep. I dismissed her explanation as just a hoax. However, that same night I happened to run out of cigarettes. I decided to leave the house for a bit and walk to the nearby convenience store, which was 5 minutes away by foot. As I walked there, it was so quiet it was already 3 a.m. Our neighbors' houses kept their lights on, so it was pretty dark too. The only light sources I had were the street lights and the moon at some point on the walk. There it suddenly got really cold. There was no wind or breeze, but it's the kind of chill you feel when a freezer gets opened. It was very strange because I live in a tropical country where it's always humid and warm. Again, I dismissed it because I thought like a scientist, reasoning out that it was already 3 a.m., and it's usually cold around that time. I got to the convenience store, bought my pack of cigarettes, and proceeded to walk back to our house this time. However, the cold feeling was now accompanied by that feeling that someone was looking or staring at me. It felt like someone was watching and following me. I looked around and behind me, but no one was in sight. I started to get scared, but I reasoned my way out of it and started to think again, like a scientist. I thought to myself that maybe it's just that stupid, scary story my sister told as I thought. Like that, I started to walk faster, almost like power walking back to my house. But as I got nearer, I saw something from afar, a few houses away. I saw a silhouette or a shadow of a woman approaching me. I froze. My heart started pounding, hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Literal goosebumps when my eyes started to adjust to what I was seeing. It became clearer. She had a white gown and was wearing a veil that covered her face. She looked like a bride. It was strange because you could see her hair through her body as it flowed through her chest and went to her back. I wouldn't describe her movements as walking. It looked like she was swimming or she was doing some sort of strange ballet movements. She was carrying a lantern with her left hand. There was a candle or something that flickered inside. As she got closer to me, I could hear what sounded like crying, like she was sobbing. What was also weird was that she had a facial expression that I'll never forget. She was smiling ear to ear. I couldn't see the rest of her face, but I could definitely tell that her lips were in the shape of a smile. The closer she got to me, the more I could hear her sobbing, and the colder the air felt. I tried my best to fight my own paralysis, but the best I could do at that moment was to shut my eyes tightly and utter a prayer in my head. I wasn't a guy of strong faith, but at that moment I uttered all the prayers I knew from my childhood, and my head when I opened my eyes. I instantly regretted it. She was right in front of me. She stopped her bizarre movements. She was standing upright in front of me. The sounds of crying stopped. It was deathly quiet at that moment. I shut my eyes again and started praying, almost begging for God to help me out. Then I heard her. She spoke, but it sounded like a whisper speaking in our native language. She asked, "Where is my husband?" She repeated this over and over. Each time it got louder and louder, like she was almost screaming at the top of her lungs. I tried my best not to pay attention and focus on praying. Instead, suddenly it became quiet again. At that moment, I didn't know whether I should keep my eyes closed or open them again. I was so scared to see whether she was still in front of me, I took a chance and opened my eyes again. She disappeared. The cold feeling was gone. I immediately ran to my house, turned off all the lights and locked the gates and all the doors. I decided to spend the rest of my night in my room and try to get some sleep instead of studying or finishing my tasks after coming home from the university. The next day, I tried to ask around about that ghost in our village. Our village security guards told me that she was a woman from the Japanese era in our country during World War II. She was going to marry a Filipino soldier, but on their wedding day, her husband was abducted by the Japanese soldiers, who proceeded to gun down everyone in the village. She was one of the few survivors during that attack. She was attacked and beaten up so badly that she couldn't walk properly. In the end, she was left for dead. The only thing she had left was a lantern that was given to her by her husband as a gift, since she was fond of collecting antiques. Her restless spirit haunts the village at night, searching tirelessly of her husband. Ever since then, I decided never to walk around our village late at night. I also decided to cut down and eventually quit smoking. I know from being a medical doctor that I shouldn't smoke, but the real reason is that I never wanted to see that ghost again. This story that I'm about to tell you is one of the scariest things that has ever happened to me. It was in early 2020. The day was January 13th. My whole family was getting ready for bed around 10:30 p.m. To give some background about my family and house, I live with my 2 older sisters, 1 younger brother, and my mom and dad. Our house is pretty weird because every room sort of has a different temperature and feeling. My mom and dad's bedroom is warm and cozy. My oldest sister's room is very dry. My second older sister's room is cold and wet. My brother's is warm and humid. But my room is always a spine-chilling cold that just pierces your bones, even when it's warm outside, and my room gets a little warmer. What I mean by pierces your bones is that when you're in my room, you feel uneasy to your core. So anyways, back to the story. So it's January 13th, and it's getting late. My mom always says goodnight to everyone before they sleep, and I always say good night. Back, so everyone heads into their rooms and shuts off the lights, except for my younger brother and I. We usually stay up talking for a long time before going to sleep, around midnight. After we're done talking, he'll go to his room, but today he said he didn't really feel well and he wanted to go to bed earlier, around 11. So, as a responsible older brother, I sent him off to his room thinking that I'll just go to sleep early today and get some good sweet rest. Boy, was I wrong. After an hour or so, around midnight, I still hadn't fallen asleep. My brother comes to my door asking if I can help him with his dog. He told me that his dog pooped on the floor and he needed help. So I get up and open the door. But to my surprise, my brother isn't there. It was just the empty, dark hallway. But now, with that spine-chilling cold feeling that is usually only in my room, but I figured maybe he'd just run back to his room. So I walked down the hallway to check on him. I open his door and I see him just sleeping peacefully. And what's odd is his dog is also just sleeping peacefully. There was no poop, and nothing seemed wrong with anything. Well, I just brushed it off as a prank. He was playing on me, but boy, was I wrong. Again after that, I went to get some water from the kitchen and saw that my mom and dad were still up. So I felt better and just went back to bed around 2 in the morning. I wake up from some sea-crazy noises outside, and I look out my window and I see our neighbor's dog barking like crazy towards our house. I found it odd because that dog is usually so quiet and tame, you wouldn't even know they had a dog. I got closer to the window to check if I could see what the dog was barking at, but I didn't see anything. I just laid back down, trying my best to think nothing of it. As I shut my eyes, I started feeling this unease creep over my mind and body, and I felt the spine-chilling air flowing around my room. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very off. I sat up to start looking around my room to find out where the wind was coming from when all of a sudden, there's a knock on my door. Not at the front door, but my room's door. I didn't think that anyone had come out of their rooms or walked down the hallway because I hadn't heard any footsteps or sounds before the knock. Right before I get a chance to respond to the knocks, I hear, "Good night, George, it's my mom." But for some reason I started feeling nauseated and my head started aching. Then she said again, "Good night, George," as genuine as it seemed. Something fell off about the whole situation, and I felt like I shouldn't say anything back to her, I don't know why. And again, "Good night, George." At this point, she kept saying it over and over, every few seconds. Then I get out of bed and turn on the lights. My heart was racing as I got closer to the door. My heart was pounding louder and faster. She finally stopped saying goodnight, so I stepped back and thought that it was over. I calmed down a little, but I was wrong this time too. I don't know why, but I just couldn't believe that this thing was a ghost or something unexplainable. I just didn't believe in that kind of thing. That's why I was the only one brave enough to sleep in that room, even with the disturbing feeling of someone watching me all night. Then a few seconds later, I hear another knock. This time, it's my brother. "Good night." Gee, at this point, I'm just shocked and confused about what's going on with them. Then after one final knock, started chanting, "Good night." George in unison over and over, like a broken record. Both my mom and my brother, both just taunting me from behind that door. Two of the people that I trust the most, after a few seconds of them saying, "Good night." George non-stop, I just couldn't take it anymore. I screamed, "Please, stop it." It while holding my head and closing my eyes. I closed my eyes hard, wishing that this was all just a dream. And surprisingly, I opened my eyes and yes, it was a dream. It's morning, the birds are singing, the sun is shining. Oh, and I smell bacon. I felt relieved that all of that wasn't my family messing with me, and me being me, I just brushed the dream off as my stupid imagination. But after that day, I kept having this dream night after night. The dreams didn't stop. No matter what I did, I tried meditation, reading the Bible before sleeping, holding a cross in my hand, and I even kept the light on in my brother's dog, with me thinking that he could keep them away from me. Ha boy, was I really wrong? So, after all those nightmares, I just asked my parents if I could move my bed into my brother's room, and they said okay. And to this day, I still sleep in my brother's bedroom. Even now, I'm not really scared of ghosts, but I wouldn't want anyone to go through what I did. I never told my family, but they feel creeped out enough in that room that no one uses it and it's just a storage room. I wonder what would have happened to me if I stayed in that room. I have a feeling I might have lost my mind.
And if you think that was the end of my paranormal experiences, it wasn't. I thought that too at first, but boy was I wrong for.